It was last year. Yeah, oh shit, Taron, wait, you still make content? Guys, what the fuck is a YouTube? Just discovered this game 3 days ago and already more stuff. A week. Well, I've been working on the game for about 3 years, and a lot of the stuff that was in here, or that you're gonna see, is stuff that I was originally really wanting to make happen, but just time and budget constraints led to things getting cut, and it was a whole thing. Professor DM gave a solid review of Vagabond yesterday. I saw that. It's very. Hey, what up, Ken? Yeah, I really appreciate PDM for giving it a look and all that. Yeah, I'm actually gonna see him because I'm going to Green Dragon Fest, so we're gonna hang out and hopefully I get to run something for him. Why? What? Why did my chat just do that? See, I'm back, and then wait. Why does why does it say starting Sue? Wait, what happened to my whole wait, what happened to everything on the screen? Oh shit. Hold up, is this all messed up? No. I mean, yeah, stream starts Sue. Hey, what up, Peter? Hope to see you at Token Con. I will definitely be there now. Something dope. First off, woo! And then, oh, look out, bud. Oh, shit. Where is? Uh-huh. Woo! Right? Aw, damn. So, we got a booth. I do have a whole kiosk. There's that right there. That's just chat us. Is this real? Okay, so this is just like for zine sales and things like that. I have a huge, like 8-foot long sign that is just the Vagabond cover art. And there's also some other stuff with the booth that I designed. Let me see. Can I find the proof of this somewhere? Oh, go back. Shit, I didn't even open up Firefox. Not that there's a problem with it. Just, not my main browser that everything's associated with. I want to see if I can find a preview of the booth. And then I want to talk a little bit about why I'm looking at actually doing Kickstarter again. There we go. Alright, that's gonna be dope. Alright. I do want to talk about that for a second. Have I contacted anyone that signed up for the booth yet? I have been in Nashville for the last 5 days, and I just got back in, I think it was 2 nights ago. I spent yesterday just kind of like chilling and answering emails. Oh, here's the booth. So this is the preview. You saw the Land of the Blind sign. This right here is about like 8 feet long, something like that. This got something fucked up. Does a guy come with it? Yeah, he's in a little chest in the storage unit. This one got messed up and a little bit pixelated, so I am going to be talking with him about what we can do to fix this. But this is the one that you all saw right here. iPad stand. I do have the little kiosk, everything. This all looks great. Everything from like here over all looks fantastic. This one got pixelated, and I'm gonna have to talk with Vault Crawler, and maybe we can get a higher resolution version of this. But yeah, so this booth is in, and it's over in the storage unit. And if you go to TokenCon here in here in Oklahoma City, you'll be able to see it for the first time. Unfortunately, there was a whole thing with this. Reason why YouTube channel, and basically I have been like non-existent online. There have been a couple different projects that were going on, as well as some playing commitments that have just taken over my life. All the fulfillment on everything with Vagabond has been a huge part of it. Just getting stuff shipped out, trying to manage pre-orders and everything like that. That's been a huge part of the reason. Number two, I committed to I was actually helping out with a show choir. And they were doing a tour of different contests and everything this last month. So I've actually been in like Lincoln, Columbia, went to Dallas for a little bit, and then I was in Nashville last weekend. So that's been crazy. It has been a lot of fun, but yes, it was a lot. So I've had those playing commitments. I'm also playing Mamma Mia like next month. So there's that whole business. Just in general, it's just been crazy work. The other side of that has been, you all will see this here soon. Some of you might have already heard, but I've been composing the Shadowdark soundtrack for about nearly a year now. I've got 5 tracks ready, but the thing is, right now, it's all about just getting it all recorded, getting the instrumentation right, trying to book musicians, doing all that. Because the Shadowdark check was good enough, I am actually rebuilding a lot of the studio. So you all are going to see, I am going to be getting a very nice desk in here. And I am going to test that out to see if it's even possible to stream while kind of working on some of that stuff. Sound card latency stuff just makes it to where, like, it's a little bit shoddy with the latency regarding like what you guys see and then what you hear. I've been trying to find different ways to work around that, to like, you know, play and then work on stuff on stream and everything. I've even talked about doing some of the composition streams and everything like that. Part of the reason why I haven't is because the software that I use to compose in, Finale, acts really strange with sound cards. It tries to like completely take over like your computer's drivers or whatever for playback. It's very strange. Yeah. Hey, what up, Fred? What am I planning? I will show you guys here in just a second. Let's talk about the pre-order situation. Okay, so this has been insane. Basically, the original quote on whenever we were going to get the books in from London Pendragon for the second print run was going to be around February 10th. Now, due to, I'm sure, the world just right now, currently it is delayed over in China. I found out about that, I think it was 2 weeks ago. So, right now, the estimated time that we're going to receive it here in the US is going to be March 26th. March 26th. So, March 26th, they are getting here, and then I have a crew of like 8 people that I booked to like, hey, whenever these books arrive, we have around 1,000 pre-orders to get sent out. So, talking about all that, the reason why this has been really hard to communicate and some people haven't really heard about what's gone on is because I use Shopify to do the pre-orders. This has caused 2 problems. Number 1, Shopify gives customers an estimated shipping date. Some of you might have already seen this if you're in chat right now. This estimated shipping date is not based off of anything other than what Shopify expects it to get to you at, right? This might be based off of average, I don't know, shipping timelines for across their entire website or something like that, but we don't control that. I don't have any way that, as far as I know, to prevent customers from getting an estimated shipping date. This causes a lot of headaches whenever they get an estimated shipping date and we are doing a pre-order, right? So if we do a pre-order and this customer picks this up, to Shopify, the clock starts then. To us, it doesn't matter what I've put in there. Basically, I'm like, hey, we're going to fulfill it Q1 2026, right? If somebody does not give me their email, if somebody doesn't give me their email through like Shopify, I don't have a way to push an update out to them to let them know, hey, if you did a pre-order, it's actually going out March 26th or whatever, right? Actually, in order for me to do email campaigns like that, I usually have to pay like $70 an email to do it. It's not cheap. So I tried to push one out last month, and it only went to people who have actually registered an account and opted into emails through the Shopify. So what this turns into is I now have dozens of emails coming in every single day about with people asking, hey, Shopify said that this was when my order was coming in, where's it at? So this is a part of the reason why I'm thinking it might be a better idea to go back to doing a Kickstarter model. Because at least with Kickstarter, whenever I'm needing to update people on a delay, it's all in one centralized location, and all people have to do to let me know that, like, hey, we'd like to know kind of where things are, is just hit me up over on the Kickstarter, right? That's super easy. That's great. I can see why people do that and give Kickstarter the 8% in order to just have that line of communication that's a lot easier with the backers. Everything's very public. It's all in one central location. I've had to try to make updates on Blue Sky, Reddit. I've tried to send out the emails. I've spent money to try and get in contact and everything. The pre-order, I will say that like trying to do the pre-orders through Shopify has been a mistake. So I'm gonna try to. I think it's worth it to just do the Kickstarter to have a centralized location where people will get updates on everything. If it's made through Kickstarter, would it be shipped through DHL? Most of the time, like if we're going to do a Kickstarter like that, and it's only paper goods that I'm sending out, then I'm just going to do media mail for all like US and everything like that. Whenever we do international, there's been a headache with fulfilling international that I guess I'll also get into for people who are interested in this side of the stuff. Okay. So in 1,000 orders, like 1,000 orders over the last, like, I don't know, 4 months or something like that. We've only had issues with, I think it was about 12 not making it to the customer, right? We've only had, that's a really good success rate. I'm really happy with that. And of those 12, 8 of those were through FedEx or DHL. FedEx/DHL. We only sent about 50 packages through FedEx. So whenever you have a failure rate of around 20%, that's a big problem, right? I am trying to figure out the way to do this because I don't like that 20% of orders are getting kicked back or they're just straight up getting lost by FedEx. There's 2 standing, like, lost shipments that we're trying to track down right now. Kind of the problems that we have. Known countries that we have an issue of getting stuff sent out to. Brazil, Argentina, Israel. Israel. Spain has been pretty expensive. I'm trying to think of what else. Those 3 are the big ones that I get emails from people asking about, like, hey, can we ship to this or whatever? And honestly, I can't. we tried. We've tried. If people are like, well, is there anything you're trying to do about that? Honestly, I don't know what to do. That's the state of the world right now. I'm sorry. Well, I shouldn't be sorry. I'm not responsible for any of that shit. I didn't vote for the people that are in power right now. So, anyways, drive-through RPG. Here we go. You know they've been using a code on Kickstarter that's linked to get drive-through RPG print on demand and things fulfilled in a month. Yes. That is another option I was trying to explore for people who didn't want to have to deal with US shipping. I'm still working on that. I've been talking with Roll20, and that is a thing I would like to get worked out. Drive-through RPG print on demand. Let me show you why we had a delay on that. Okay. So, any chance of talking with a local publisher in those countries so they can print it to the country and sell it from there? It's how most TTRPGs sell in Brazil, at least. One-man team. I haven't started those talks with anybody on any of that stuff yet. Especially when this is... I'm sorry to some people to say this, but this is just a reality of it. They're most likely not going to want to take this on whenever they think that they could only probably get like 10 to 50 sales in those countries, right? It's been doing really, really well here in the States. I have no guarantee that any of those countries would actually still continue the sales like that. That would typically be the kind of thing that would have to go to a Kickstarter. So, Drive-Thru RPG, what's been going on with all that? We had a delay. I had new proofs ordered, but I just want to show you what happened. Here is the most recent proof that I got back from them for the second print. ENnie page. Oh. Oh, God. Uh-oh. Do we see the problem? So, I don't know exactly what happened. But I find it really strange that someone at the press didn't stop and go, wait, something's fucked, before I had to pay $200 to get a bunch of proofs sent to me. So, anyways, lightning source, this is not a Roll20 problem, really. It's not a drive-through RPG issue. This is a lightning source issue. Lightning source. You use like 25-year-old technology and you're relying on a file format that, like, dude, come on, man. Come on. Like, someone should have stopped the fucking presses and shot me an email and been like, hey, there's no text in the book. I don't... This was just a waste. This was a waste of money, time, and resources. This is the kind of thing that I will look at and I'm like, thank you for just pissing away money. Just pissing it away. And then sending it out like, hey, this looks fine, right? This is the press proof. No, that's the thing. This is the fucking press proof right here. Like, again, like, I figured out what the issue was, okay? I figured out what the issue was, but, like, this could have stopped at some point, and we could have been like, hey, yo, there were words in your book, right? Art book only, Vagabond. Yeah, everybody who's seen it has been like, have you thought about selling like just a blank version that has the... Oh, it's so funny. But anyways, all that going in to say, hey, so we're working on the print on demand. That I have the new proof ordered. Okay, makes for a badass journal. Yeah. The new proofs are ordered and it is coming in. New definition of rules light. Yeah. So that is coming in. All that we're working on it. We're working on it. Not gonna lie, you'd buy that. All right, so I'm not gonna make you guys wait any longer. Okay. So this new book is going to be called From the Archive. This is going to be the way that I do all the expansions. This might not really be the cover logo or anything like that. I'm going to unify everything with Manofa. But a lot of you guys have probably already seen some previews of this. If you're over in the Discord, you've been seeing some of this kind of as it was getting built. One of the reasons why this is not available yet... Wait, I start up stream, and then I get Discord email or Discord messages, and I keep thinking, oh, someone sent me artwork, and like I get to like do that on stream now, yay! But no, okay, we're good. All right. So one of the reasons I've been kind of waiting to make this one available for pre-purchase is we don't have all the artwork in it done yet. All the artwork is paid for. We have all the concepts and everything submitted. We've been going through the rounds of approving artwork, but it's not all complete just yet. I've shown off some of it, but wait, I haven't shown it off here on YouTube. Okay, Maxwell has been fucking killing it, actually, with this artwork. So we have our iconic Scion, or Psychic. I prefer to call it a Psychic. I think Psychic makes more sense for what people are really expecting out of the class concept. Okay, Dragoon. Oh, there we go. Okay. We have our Monk. Summoner. Got a lot of cool shit. Summoner has... The artwork that Maxwell has done on the Summoner, for people who have already seen it, they all know, like, hey, we're gonna try to get a Maxwell bestiary going. I talked with Maxwell about that a little bit, and we would really like to make that happen. I would like to make it like a kind of a system neutral OSR kind of a, you know, bestiary thing. And I would like to bring on more people to help out with it. I think Pablo has been killing it as far as like adventure fantasy concepts that I love. I would love to bring on Pablo and just, you know, talk to a bunch of other people I've worked with in the industry about, hey, you want to come do a book together? Okay. So I've got some of this artwork. One of your players is a melee psychic. Oh, you've already been playing with it? Okay. Let me see here. Can I get this on a white background? Hey, does anybody know in Microsoft's like photo thing, can you change the background to white? Settings. Customize theme, enable show iCloud. What? Hang on a second. Okay, it's not showing me. You think it's customized theme? No, wait, that edited the image. Customized theme. Light and dark mode are usually under themes. Customized theme. Dark, light. Oh, my guys. Hey. Sweet. All right, you ready? Because I haven't shown this all off on YouTube yet, we'll just start from the start. Get ready. Wait, you sent an email asking about this. Is there a reason why the printer-friendly version of Vagabond doesn't include Ancestries? It was a mistake. It's getting updated. I promise. That is getting updated. Boom! Alright. I told Maxwell, I really wanted a black mage. Final Fantasy just style black mage. For one section of the book that will include variant magic systems. This will show people how to implement materia into Vagabond, which, like, that's been super dope to try, and come up with a concept for material that was going to be in, you know, yeah, Hold My Leylines. I want to make Leylines a thing. I would like to make Leyline magic a variant magic system that you can do in Vagabond. Actually, in Ruinous League. I included a leyline mechanic in there. So we got this one. The Sanguinist originally started out as Skirkenvarg's concept. It has been pulled from the book because there's some concerns about the interaction of the spell regenerating mana and stuff like that. But I do eventually want to bring a blood mage, like a full-on blood mage, kind of back into the game. This, I do kind of feel like the sorcerer does already hit the niche pretty hard. But this is one that we commissioned whenever that was really kind of thinking about being a thing. Okay. These are some of the concept pieces for what the Dragoon would look like. I love having the elves have almost bird-like draconic features with it. Especially because we established like Vagabond's elves take on more aspects of like the nature around them, for the artwork at least. Yes, it is like a setting neutral system, but I do like this idea that the elves are kind of like embracing some aspect of nature into their biology like that. I thought that was super sick. Birdish elves, yeah. But they do have this sort of like draconic, I don't know, there's still like the draconic vibe. I kind of like bird-ish dragons. That's, yeah. Another, just more, again, we're kind of going for the Final Fantasy aesthetic for the Dragoon. A lot of this is, I mean, Dark Knight with winged helmet kind of a thing, you know. There's the Illrigger. That's the final. We just went, you know, Final Fantasy meets Berserk with it. Yes. Yeah, Kane Highwind type. Yeah. So this one is already in the book. Here's the monk. This was the monk inking before we actually got over into doing all the coloration and everything like that. Yeah, there's the colored version. Okay. I had no idea. I threw this to Maxwell, and I was like, okay, for the psychic, I want to do something that isn't just bald, like, I want to do something that isn't just bald white chick sitting there floating, because, like, we keep seeing that over and over and over again. I got really tired of that being the depiction of scions in, like, fantasy stuff. It's just like you keep seeing the exact same image. So I was like, all right, I don't know. Let's just go throw out random idea here. Dwarf psychic. I don't know. Maxwell, you go for it. And then Maxwell gives me a couple of concept pieces for like, okay, yeah, like older dwarf. Yeah, like this makes sense as like that sage vibe, you know. I see these and everything, and there was this one. And I was like, motherfucker, I love the giant eyebrow weird, like, yes. I also love this funky guy with the goddamn crazy beard and whatever's happening with the hair. Love this guy. But something about this dude, I was like, this clicks. This clicks super hard. And so I was like, all right, let's develop that one out. And then Maxwell sends me this back. And I was like, holy fucking shit, dude, yes. Like, you got weird with it in the best way. Let's make this our thing. I never would have thought, like, psychic dwarf with mining equipment. This is, like, so close to that vibe of, like, you know, yes, what we expect in fantasy, but you need to do something to kind of tweak it and make it a little bit more strange, you know, embrace the, you know, familiar strange. With so much of, like, Dwarven Miner having just been, like, okay, well, that's fantasy, stock, whatever. This was perfect. I fucking love this. Really is peak Vagabond art. Wait till you see the final. I haven't seen it yet. This is a rough. I mean, this is quick inking, you know, whatever. This is just to get the concept out. So I cannot fucking wait. I cannot. Yeah, he's a dwarf. Yeah, dwarf crystal girly. Oh my god, I love this guy so much. And then of course the samurai. I just thought it would be sick. Embrace the like Asian vibe. let's go with showing people like not all dragons are specifically the like Eurocentric, you know, like dragon. Let's just wear the inspiration and everything on our sleeves. Let's go with the straight up like Asian inspired dragonborn kind of a thing. And again, threw this out to Maxwell and he just comes back with this fucking sick, like, oh my god, I love this guy. One of the things I would, kind of looking at it now and having gotten to sit with it for a little bit, I think this would have looked even cooler, or maybe just like having it as a variant, if the scales were like koi colored, like, you know, orange and white and black, kind of have the like speckling all along it. But I still am super fucking in love with this guy. You need a miniature of this guy so you could paint it. Maybe we can talk with the sculptor at some point, you know. But yeah, god damn it, I love this idea. Is that pencil drawn? I know that Maxwell has sent me like actual hand sketched like proofs and stuff for ideas, but yeah. Does he have any socials? Yes. Maxwell Polikoff. Oh, wait, sorry. I didn't show you guys the summoner stuff. I thought we were done. I forgot just how much artwork we have going on here. It should just be Maxwell Polikoff on everything. If someone in chat can just type out Maxwell's name that knows him, yeah, go for it. Okay. I forgot to show you guys what we got going on for the summoner. So Maxwell started sending me just images of monster concepts. Boosh! Oh my god! Yes! I was like, dude, I want the Final Fantasy, like, weird, slightly eldritch summons. I want the summons to be this thing where it's like, I don't know, man, you just go crazy. You let me know what you see. Yeah, Gen 10 leaks, yeah. I love the Typhon-inspired one right here. This guy is so sick. I think that kind of has to be the iconic, like, with whatever our sorcerers, or our summoner is going to be. Absolutely love this idea. But all of the monsters, like all of the monsters that Maxwell has been submitting have been fucking crazy looking. What the fuck? This guy. Holy shit, what the fuck? So yeah, this was just me throwing Maxwell like, hey, give me your weird monster ideas. What do you got? And holy fuck. I don't know what this is. I am for goddamn sure though talking to Maxwell about this being a boss in an upcoming adventure. It's just, this is fucking sick. I love this thing so much. Weird castle on a head. Yes. Dope. Again, like, this is hitting a lot of the kind of classic Final Fantasy vibe right there. This is very much very classic Final Fantasy, but I love the like sun and weird lobster claw and shit. Like, what? Are these summoner exclusive? No, the idea with the summoner should be like, your summon should be able to look like what you want it to look like. I think, like, let's just leave it open-ended like that, you know? Like, yeah, straight from Dark Souls, exactly, right? This dude, the walking shrine guy, what? Biblically accurate, you know, fucking angel. Oh my god, I love these. Two-headed Drake. Abstract floating eyes with humanoid head. I was like, okay, dude, fucking sick. What the shit? And then he submitted more. I'm like, what the fuck? Yes. I don't know. This thing looks horrific and awesome. And I am we are definitely going to be talking sometime about trying to just make a bestiary of just what the fuck ever Maxwell throws out there, because his goddamn art has been insane. Yeah, I'm just blown away with what all Maxwell's been getting me. A lot of the concepts in here even have made me go like, I need to just give you money and we can just put these in like the bestiary and like just have that be a little haha, that's what we're doing in the back. Like, oh, fuck around. Now you kind of want a summoner class for 5e. Well, actually wait, I think Heavy was working on one forever ago. But we ain't a 5e channel anymore, buddy. It's no longer financially viable. Oh man. God damn. I'm so stoked with it. Alright. Now. My summoner class for Vagabond, yeah. Okay. 5e, no E. Huh? What? Guys, it's my first day back. You can't be throwing weird the side ball curveballs like that. All right. Now, okay. So, it has been probably I don't know 2 or 3 weeks since I've worked on a lot of the Vagabond like classes and stuff. For what all, yeah. And I'm glad, because usually whenever I come back to checking a project out after I've had time away from it, I start to notice problems that I wasn't originally noticing before. And I even start just disagreeing with my own old like design philosophies and everything. So yeah, unless you get buddy with WotC and get your stuff on D&D Beyond, I don't think that they're really looking for anybody unless you have $1 million Kickstarter. I think that most of the time on D&D Beyond, the stuff that's going to make it over there is the stuff that, okay, I will say, most likely, the project probably had to pull in at least $250,000. It seems like that's kind of the magic number to where they think it's worth it to pull in like a dev team to implement it onto their website. I think that most likely that's about what they're looking at. And that at least lines up pretty consistently with what I've seen third-party like supplements and everything brought over there, like, you know. Benjamin humping at the pugilist on there recently. Yeah, Benjamin probably has made about $250,000 off of that thing. It's probably been a $250,000 project. I mean, it got featured on MCDM. You know, I think it's like the only class that has outsold the Blood Hunter. Like, guys, that's how big that class is. It has outsold the Blood Hunter. So whenever people are like, well, you know, like the pugilist got on there, so maybe other DMs Guild stuff will as well. Guys, you gotta realize that there's a reason why that one got pulled over. The numbers don't lie, you know. It was cool to be able to help out with it though, with like creating the InDesign file and everything that they needed for D&D Beyond. That felt like a really cool little like, oh, we've come full circle moment. Like, here was the class that inspired me to like get in on making homebrew stuff, you know. Did I see Into the Oddish by Prismatic Wasteland comes with a classic mountain adventure called Vile Plume Mountain? Yeah, it's like a Pokemon take on White Plume Mountain or something like that. That seems like a fun idea. Although I will say the old school style artwork with kind of like Pokemon inspired designs looked really, really cool. Yeah. Okay. Now, you did a video where you painted a dancer mini for your wife's first Vagabond character and tagged you in all your socials. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'll love to go check that out. Just trying to get more. Oh, I appreciate you. Thanks so much, Dragon Horde. Now, you wanted so bad about international shipping. Oh, the other thing about international shipping. People have asked about getting stuff over to the EU and everything cheaper. I'm sending Pelgrane Press copies. So we're going to work on a consignment basis. But what this means is all the people who have been telling me, hey, we really want Vagabond over in this country, whenever they get that, they're going to have limited copies because they're trying to feel it out. So if you've been telling me, hey, I really love it cheaper over in this country for shipping and everything like that, you've got to go buy it. Like, you've got to go buy it as soon as, because like, if I'm taking the risk of sending this stuff out and over and it just sits in their store because people were like, well, we would really like it here, and then the time comes to buy it and then they're like, yeah, I had the PDF though. Like, don't. This has been happening. Where people go like, yeah, we really want you to like, you know, come sell it over in this country or whatever. And then I'll like ship stuff over to a company or whatever. And I'll say, hey, here you go. Here's where you can get it. And then they're like, haha, you did send it, didn't you? And like nothing fucking happens. So for those of you guys that have been like, we would like it to be cheaper to ship here to the US and the EU and the UK. Whenever Pelgrane has it, you gotta buy it. Do I really need a second printing when I have 5 of the first? The second printing has more book ribbons. But yeah, so whenever that comes up, if you want to see it in more countries, you gotta, yeah. Does that include us people in the EU that have already pre-ordered on the second printing? Will those be shipped from the EU distributor, or are those going to you first? Those are all through me. Because Pelgrane doesn't have it listed on their store yet, they're not going to get it until after we get all the pre-orders out. You're planning on running a Vagabond game at Con Carolina this year? Hell yeah! You would try to get CoboCon to contact you for getting Volt shipping to Mexico with limited success. I don't know. I've never heard of the company or anything like that. So yeah. You pre-ordered it from the NL from the NL. I'm not sure what that might mean, but thank you for the support. Okay, now let me get into this over here. So what is this book going to be? It's going to be probably a zine. It's looking like it's probably going to be around 60-ish pages. We're going to see. I'm still trying to consider some stuff to throw in here. But we're currently looking at, I want to say, around 7 to 9 new classes. The Dragoon, the Ill Rigger, which, can we see this with better art? Is the art gonna... Is it gonna not be in super pixelated? Oh, hold on a second. One sec. I gotta relink it. What kind of licensing would you owe me if you wrote an adventure for Vagabond? You don't owe me anything. At what point does it not become a zine? I think they limit you to 80 pages for printing. Okay. Sorry, I'm just doing a little bit of house cleaning on this document. And then, there we go. I want it to look good because it wasn't rendering all this artwork properly. Okay. Will this be on Kickstarter then? So that was the thing. Oh, hey, Daniel, what's up, man? Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're taking all this over and trying to carry it on into the next thing. Now, boom, there we go. Okay. Let's go back up here. Okay. So stuck with me. Thanks, man. I am looking at probably doing this on Kickstarter. Like I said, we had a lot of issues with Shopify handling the pre-order stuff. So for the sake of like better communications, being able to let people know, hey, if there's been a delay, it's in one centralized location that they know to go look for, and not me having to try and hunt down their email address and everything. That way I don't have to try to mass email like 1,000 people about a pre-order changing. The way that this one's going to go out is similar to what we did on the core rulebook. So what I think it's going to be like is I will acknowledge Kickstarter. People look at it as a pre-order thing anyways. That's not the intent of it. I don't think that should be the intent of it, but that's the way that people are using it now. I want this to be available as something that people would get in hand and go, basically, yep, this is all playable content right now. I can use everything in here. And it looks like the final product, right? From then on, the Kickstarter should basically just be used as, yeah, we're getting some initial funding. People are getting the pre-orders and everything like that in. But we take everybody's email from there and get them linked over onto Shopify as well. So they have the file over there. And then once we go through playtests and we've gotten everything up to a point of where we're really happy with it, that's whenever I'll order the zines. Just as a little side note here, the Rook and the Crook zines, we have 2,500 copies coming in tomorrow. For people who have been waiting to see that one, yes, that is basically in the mail right now. So, Rook and the Crook is getting wrapped up. This has been another reason why I haven't really liked doing the pre-order style thing. I hate being in a position of, like, there's something I'm working on, or, like, there's something I have that I would like to get made, but we've got to go through a little bit further development on it, but it needs money right now. And I really don't like existing in that state of, like, there's a thing that I want to get made, and I need people to give me money for it now. I don't like operating from that standpoint. You know, that position feels not great. So on this, I would like for people to get the digital file of the stuff that's like, hey, this is ready for your table right now. And then you give us playtest feedback from what you've experienced, and then we'll refine it from there. But as you can see from here, actually this needs to be updated, right? Yeah. Because there's been some new stuff. Okay. The Noble was removed, and I'll talk about why here in just a second. Okay. So for the Noble, this is the thing. I kept trying to explain what I meant by a Noble class, and I kept giving previews of it, and it just didn't seem like it was ever clicking for people. And I continued to try and iterate on it and come up with new ideas, and what kind of existed in my head didn't really seem to come out on the page. I would like to, at some point, really implement that, but it kind of always existed in my head as this, like, I want this class to be able to make a Disney princess in the same way it could make, like, a King Arthur kind of a thing. What was the idea for the Noble? Basically, you were, like, the idea was you were supposed to be more of a passive-based support with, like, leadership being a central thing. And then this got people kind of like, okay, well, isn't that just like a warlord or a commander? And I'm like, well, that could be, you know, a version of it, sure. But that's not really what I was going for with it. I wanted it to be like your sense of presence and like your overall, I don't know, your majesty, your the respect that's given to you is the thing that like gives you your power. I don't want you to have to just be a commander I wanted you to kind of be able to be flexible and design that to be what you kind of wanted to be. However, it just kind of turned into like people getting confused with the concept. And I eventually went down a line where I was like, okay, well, I just think that it's probably worth pulling for now. And I don't know when it will make a return if it does, but yeah. We got it to work for 5e, but that was because of the subclass system. Subclasses, like if you've seen my Sovereign for 5e, you understand why subclass structure made that really possible. Like I did something really strange with that one that I hadn't seen anybody else do. I just personally, so yeah, maybe it's an inspiration from Perils and Princesses. I'm not going to work on the Noble for a little while. I'm not really actively developing on that right now. So yeah. What part of this book are you most excited / proud of so far? Honestly, the magic systems, the variant magic stuff. Later, Fred. Thanks for popping in, man. Am I going to any cons? Gary Con. I unfortunately had a gig interfere with Gary Con, so I wasn't going to be able to go to that one. I'm going to Token Con in 2 or 3 weeks. I'm going to Token Con. I'm going to Green Dragon Fest. I am debating if I'm going to go to Gen Con this year. Hey, bud. Part of like a couple of my big draws for like going to Gen Con this year were we thought that Val from Corkboards and Curiosities was going to go. Unfortunately, she has had to back out of her plans. And then I heard that Dottie from Mystic Arts was going to go to Gen Con. So I was like, it would be super cool to hang with you, man. So I'm trying to figure out what all that's going to be like. Yeah. But wait, you know the people that run Con Carolinas if you'd be interested? I'm down to go and travel and shit. Yeah. What was I saying? Oh, so yes, I'm going to Green Dragon Fest. Gonna go hang with Efficient Master, Josiah from Dungeon Dad, Professor Dungeon Master, Baron, Ben Milton, a whole bunch of guys. I am looking at Page for next year. Yes, I'm looking at getting a booth at Page next year. I definitely want to go back to PAX this year. PAX Unplugged. PAX was a lot of fun. We had a really great crew for it. It was just like me and Stephanie plays games, hanging out like 99% of the time. But like, we ran into and hung out with so many fucking cool people. PAX Unplugged was a blast. And personally, I had a lot more fun with PAX than I did with Gen Con. I had a lot more fun at PAX than I have in the 2 years I've done Gen Con. I hope you make it to Gen Con, dude. Here's my thing with Gen Con. Whenever I went to go and book my plane, fine, prices are fine. I go to go book my hotel. Number one, companies who start booking hotel rooms out for more than double of what their total staff needs. What the fuck are you doing? That's so goddamn. Why are you doing that, guys? I've heard about people doing it. Don't start doing this because there's no winners in that. There's no winners in it. All right, the hotel gets paid. Sure, you get your rooms and whatever, but now you're just depriving other people of getting a hotel room. That's shitty behavior. All right, but yeah, it happens a lot. I keep hearing about that happening a lot, so I don't like that. Airbnbs. This has happened to me now for 3 years. I'll go book an Airbnb for the dates of Gen Con. They will announce, like, hey, the hotel portal is opened up. And then the Airbnbs fucking cancel. And then what I find out is, they knew that they were going to be able to get a higher price for Gen Con. And they canceled the pre-existing bookings already. Fuck out of here. All right, I had made my plans. Everything that I was ready to go do, whatever. And then you cancel my reservation so that you know that you can get a higher price on it, fuck you. Absolutely fuck you. And now what it's led to is a lot of the Airbnbs are like $5,000 for the 4 days of Gen Con. Gen Con is a fun time. It is not worth $6,000. No. Hang on one sec. Uh-oh. Ugh. You can't bring yourself to stay at an Airbnb just from the thought that there might be hidden cameras. Should I tell you about hotels? Like, I mean, if you think that like Airbnbs having hidden cameras and everything is like scary, hotels are, I mean, it's not like just because it's a different kind of business operation that hotels are not, they don't also have that going on. You know, I mean, there's been stories about like alarm clocks and stuff that people have found the hidden cameras in and everything like that. I mean, at some point, like, you gotta exist in the world knowing that there's gonna be creeps and weirdos out there, and like, you gotta just be able to like not let that, you know, fuck up your mental about engaging with humanity, you know. We'll let them make it to PAX Unplugged this year. PAX was so fucking fun. PAX was so much fun. There, like, whenever it comes to Gen Con is very business. It's very business. Indianapolis as a city fucking sucks. Indianapolis is a horrible city to be doing a convention in. They keep booking Gen Con at the same time as other shit is happening in town. And whenever we were there last year, like, construction was going on in front of the convention hall. And, like, dude, we were in Ubers for like an hour just to get into the front of the fucking convention center. Like, that's the fart city, right? Yes. Indianapolis legitimately smells like sewage. Legitimately. Anyone who was there for Gen Con 2023 can tell you the exact same thing. There's like a magnet factory. At least whenever I was asking the locals, they said this was the reason why Indianapolis smelled so bad. There's apparently like a magnet factory, and the waste that's made from the magnet factory causes all the water to stink. Indianapolis smelled horrible, and I'm from Los Angeles. Like, at night whenever you're walking around, the sewage just belches up from like the streets. Dude, Indianapolis fucking reeks. So it's not just that, but like every place that we went to was like rundown. Every single place, every hotel, everywhere was just like nasty. I have been to multiple cities now, stayed at all kinds of different hotels and everything like that. Indianapolis. No, it doesn't beat St. Louis. St. Louis is still the worst city I've ever been to. St. Louis is just fucking horrible. You live close enough to a water treatment plant. I can smell your description just hearing it. You know, it's funny because you live in Oklahoma. Because, like, I mean, you and I, like, had conversations and stuff like that. And you're dropping stuff like Muskogee, Ren Fair, and everything like that. So, we're familiar. Do you live close to the treatment plant over here off of the, like, Arkansas River? Or, no, wait, is it the Arkansas River? Whatever one goes through Tulsa. Because there is an area of Tulsa, like, I'm not going to say, like, Indianapolis is the only city that smells like shit. There's about a mile block of Tulsa that smells like abhorrent human waste because it's right next to that water treatment plant. So yeah, that you live in Claremore, you work in Tulsa though. I'm trying to think of where in Claremore that would be that smells that bad. Well, anyways, Indianapolis is a city. Not only was there like the city just wasn't a blast. About the only The only fun you will have is the fun that you make in Indianapolis. There wasn't really a lot going on as far as like events went. It was legitimately like, hey, we just have to go to parties that other people are putting on, right? There was no nightlife. It was the nightlife that was made by the people that were there at the con, right? So like, there wasn't a lot to go do unless you knew somebody who knew somebody to get into whatever place, right? The con is so packed and so big at this point, like, you'll go and walk the floor, and it's like, okay, like, you know, like, you're there to go buy stuff. But it comes to a point where, like, not everybody's really there to just buy shit. And you start to wonder after the, like, second day, hey, does the con have anything cool actually going down, you know? What con are we talking about? Gen Con. Like, could I go get into, like, play... I knew it! I knew I would get on stream, and then fucking Maxwell would say something about, hey, I got more art, yeah. If you want to show folks a Dragoon preview, you sent a phone pic? Alright, hang on. I knew I would get on stream, and then... Ooh! Oh, buddy! Alright, hang on. Dragoon preview. The back area behind Walmart close to 88, if you were wondering anyways. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Alright. Oh!
Dwarf goblins.
Dwarf goblins. The alert covered it! Zorg123, hey, welcome. Ooh. Dude, yes. Oh, I love how, like, active this feels. Like, I mean, yes, it's conveying the downward falling motion. I mean, like, yes, it is hitting, like, all the right prompts. Dude, this is fucking sick nasty, Maxwell. Oh, I love it. Oh, I cannot wait. Oh, it's gonna be so sick. You can take him on. Like, y'all are... Well, I say y'all are thirsty. That's the first horny message I guess I've seen in this chat. Yeah, no, I'm so stoked to see where that one goes. Like, okay, again, I had fun at Gen Con, but the thing I always have to preface it with, and like, you know, I mean, Peter was in here too, so like, the thing is, you're gonna hear from a lot of creators like, hey, this is the fun time I had at Gen Con. But the thing you need to be aware of is, like, that's not the experience that most people are going to have. I'm not saying this to be like, ooh, you know, I got into all the exclusive parties or what the fuck ever. No. You got to be aware that, like, Gen Con, Diego Gonzalez, hey, welcome. You got to be aware that going to something like Gen Con and, like, the experience that creators are going to have is going to be like, hey, we're going to get calls to go to some of the, like, you know, bigger parties that are thrown in the industry, you know. Like, okay, whenever I've gone to Gen Con, both years I got invited to the Start Playing Party. Well, the Start Playing Party is they rent out 16-bit, and Devin just throws out fucking drink tokens to everybody like Santa Claus, and, I mean, it's a great time. Everybody knows, you go to the 16-bit party. Matt Mercer went to the fucking 16-bit party, you know? You flattered anyone with thirst over anything you try? Against me. Everyone's always pointing out the feet in all the images, so you know. Thanks, Maxwell. Like the 16-bit party is like, that's the big party everyone knows you don't miss. So like, but creators get invited to get on the guest list beforehand, right? So like, the thing is, my experience with Gen Con is going to be different because we're more likely to get calls about that kind of stuff, you know? So to us, you need to realize, like, our Gen Con experience comes with the preface of, we're told about stuff that not just everybody can go attend, you know. And that's not I'm legitimately telling you that because you should be aware your experience, you might not be able to get in and do a lot of the things that other people are like, well, this was a blast, you know. And I'll let you know straight up, like, a lot of those parties are just people going up saying, hey, good to see you, let's chat and everything, let's have a drink. It's not like, oh, we get in there and there's a crazy cult orgy going on in the background. That's what happens on Saturday at the Paizo parties, okay? So the creator experience is going to be different than the average Gen Con attendee. If you think, like, I'm going to spend $6,000 and I'm going to be able to go to, like, all of this shit I keep hearing about on YouTube or whatever, it's just not the reality of it, you know? Most likely your Gen Con experience is going to be, I'm going to go to this massive convention center. I might meet up with some friends if I have that planned ahead. I might be able to get into some games and maybe make some friends and stuff like that. If you're not a real social butterfly, you know, you might feel a little bit lonely. You're going to pay an exorbitant amount of money to get your hotel, get your Airbnb, whatever it is. You're going to spend another fortune on rideshare stuff, unless you're really comfortable with walking like 10 plus miles a day. And then whenever you get to the con floor, are you going to buy a whole lot if you've got to walk around all day with it and feel really heavy, you know, whatever. If you go to Gen Con, here's another thing. My Gen Con felt way better in 2025 than it did in 2023 for one big reason. Here's what you should be ready for. Be ready to be on your feet for a long ass time. In 2023, I weighed 280 pounds, 275, 280. 2025, I weighed 215. I had a way easier time around the convention whenever I was in better shape, right? Because, I mean, like, you're going to be up walking upwards of 5+ miles a day. It's a big ass convention center. So you need to be prepared for something like that. Be in generally decent shape. I mean, like, if you want to go to Gen Con and you know that you're in bad shape right now, you should probably start walking. Like, you should probably get in on trying to get a mile in every single day, at least. Get used to going upstairs, you know? Because if you're not, your experience is also going to be, if you're trying to go around and get on a scooter, it's not going to work at Gen Con. It's not going to work at Gen Con. Excuse me, the Paizo, what? You know what I'm talking about. If you want to go to something that it's like, I have a lot of fun playing games, like, if you want to go somewhere and play a lot of games, Gen Con is not it. Okay? Don't go to Gen Con if you want to go play a lot of games. Go to something small. GaryCon. Oh, that's the other one I'm looking at going to. I'm going to try to make it to Dragon Con in Atlanta in September. There's a buddy of mine I met at PAX that told me that Dragon Con is a shitload of fun. So I'm going to try to make it out to that one. Dragon Con is more of like a general pop culture kind of a thing. Whereas Gen Con and everything else is really specific to board games. This is like a big, more open concept kind of a con. Do you have special / athletic shoes for Gen Con? They're gym shoes. Like, I don't just wear flat soled shoes or anything. I'll definitely wear athletic shoes because I want my feet to feel good. Good God, yeah. You should definitely, if you're gonna go do a con like Gen Con or even PAX, you should try to start getting in better shape. Being at a con where, like, do you guys know how big the Indianapolis Convention Center is? Okay, can I see, like, overhead from a map? The Indiana Convention Center. Okay. Does this show a scale really well? Where is a scale? How can I tell how far a mile is? Okay, here. You don't know stuff about things? It's okay. Here you go. Guys, this is a fucking huge building. This is massive. And, like, you're going to be going, like, you're going to get a call from some buddies while you're over here. Oh, hey, we're at the food trucks. Okay, I'm going to go, or wait. No, wait, here's the food trucks, I think. Okay, I'm turning around. Where's Lucas Oil? No, that's not it. ENnie, no. Get out of here. Oh, wait. Yes, there it is. Okay, now I know the orientation of it all. This is like the front entrance right here. Okay. Now, I mean, if we're looking at this, okay, you're gonna walk in here, and most of the show floor is like right in here, and a lot of the games are gonna be up in here. So one of the things to keep in mind, this is it's 3 stories, right? I think it's 3 stories, if I remember right. You're going to get calls from people that are like, hey, we're out on the show floor. Come and find us and let's hang out. Okay, I'm going to walk all the way over here to the trade show. Hey, where are you guys? Oh, okay, I'm going to spend the next 30 minutes looking for my friends over here. Oh, hey, actually, we're hungry. We want to go to the food trucks. Okay, we're going to go out here, go out to the food trucks, go walk around for a little bit. All right, cool. Hey, we actually really want to go see this. We want to go see this one panel, but it's over at the Marriott Hotel. Somewhere out over here. Okay, so we're gonna get out, walk, go all the way over here to the Marriott. All right, we go see this panel about, I don't know, fucking how to have a successful YouTube channel. I don't know, something like that. All right, cool. What do you guys want to go do? Well, you want to go shop around and see if there's more games? Okay, sure. You walk back over here. Now it's like, actually, man, we're real hungry. You want to go to the bathroom before we go out to the fucking food trucks? Okay, go up here. Boom. Now we go out to the food trucks. Okay, let's go back in, and we haven't bought anything yet, and it's like we've already spent 4 hours just walking. It's huge. This is such a huge convention center, and it's not just the convention center, by the way. If you want to go and play in games, you walk out and you go down to Lucas Oil Stadium. This entire stadium is full, and I mean full of tables of just people playing games. Playtest demos, showing stuff off. Guys, it is huge. And I mean, this is a stadium full. It's just a stadium full of board game everywhere. Right? This sounds glorious. If you go with friends, here's what I'm saying. If you go with friends, this is a lot of fun. If you go with friends and like you guys have the fun that you make of it, everything like that, right? However, if you go and you're expecting like me as one guy, I'm going to go to this and have a blast because like the fun, like the events are going to make it like the fun. No, you have to go and make the fun happen. You know, it's like you look at the con as a tool. This is like a reason for me and a bunch of friends to get together in one centralized location and go have our brand of fun, right? Because if you go to this and you expect that the event will be the fun for you, and like, hey, I'm gonna go and you know what? Maybe I'll run into like Will from D&D Shorts, and like maybe he'll want to play a game of D&D with me. That's not the reality of it, you know. The only time that they did that, it was like $500 a ticket to get in and, you know, play a game of D&D with a bunch of influencers. So like, measure your expectations and know that if you're going to go do something like Gen Con, you are probably going to have way more fun. You're probably going to have way more fun if you find a more small local convention and go kind of get used to that vibe. And maybe even build up a group of friends that you're like, hey, do we want to go to like a bigger con at some point? Do you guys really want to go check out one of like, you know, whatever? Gen Con is crazy, but it was not nearly as fun as PAX. PAX was an absolute blast. But again, I went with a bunch of friends. So always be aware of that. And again, you're going to see plenty of stuff online about people talking about their experience at a certain convention. And you need to always understand that influencer perspectives come from that angle of, because of what I do online, I get invited to a lot of stuff that other people don't, right? And that changes the way that some people will talk about certain conventions. House PAX with hotels and stuff. Actually, I don't know 1,000% because last year, whenever I went, I got hit up by a guy named Sloan. Sloan was a guy that I met at Gen Con. He's Sloan running on YouTube and TikTok, I want to say. Here, let me pull them up. No, let me see here. Okay. Is he on YouTube? No, now this is pulling up like a shoe brand. Hang on. Oh, Sloan. Oh, that's unfortunate. Sloan running TTRPGs. There we go. There's a shoe brand called Sloan running. Okay. Okay, I see. Played by Sloan running TTRPGs. Yes! Alright. So this guy. So Sloan and I run into each other at Gen Con. And Sloan tells me, hey man, we've got a group that we're building together that's called The Vanished. And we are working to like make this a group that will just support artists. We want to help to fund big projects and help them like happen. And they were like, a part of this is we want to be able to like help certain people come in and attend cons that they usually wouldn't be able to. Do you want to be one of our like guests over at PAX and come stay in a house with us? And I was like, oh shit, that'd be sick, man. Yeah, you're gonna get me my fucking you're gonna take care of my room and board for PAX? Hell yeah, dude, let's do it, brother. So I go, and I find out leading up to it, this is going to turn into more of a frat house than what I was thinking, because there were 15 people staying in this place. Now, I'm like, you know what? That could be a lot of fun. Let's go and do this thing. It's Sloan, Frecky, Wolf. Let me see here. Yeah, Frecky the Wolf. Let me see here. Dude, Frecky is one of the funniest motherfuckers I've run into. Frecky. There were a bunch of other guys. Dave. There was also like Molly Adaza. She's a fantasy author. Stephanie Plays Games was staying in the house with us. Nagobi was there. And Crow even wound up staying there for a long time. But this house was a lot of fun. And I mean, easily I would do it again, because like the crew was great, but also like having an entire crew of like 15 people that you go and hang with at a convention definitely changes your perspective on like how fun that is, right? But there was always something going on, and anytime that any one of us knew about like, hey, we're going to this thing, or this thing, everyone in the house knew, and it was just, we always had shit to do. This year, I would love to be able to do something like that for PAX or Gen Con. The problem with doing it at Gen Con, as I've run into, is that the Airbnb prices have fucking skyrocketed. I don't know about that situation with Philly, because I think Philly is a big enough city to where that doesn't really impact it. The thing that made it a little bit rough last year was that there was also a marathon happening at the same time in Philly. However, Gen Con also runs into, hey, this other thing is also going on here in town. But the thing with Gen Con that makes that a lot rougher and that makes all the hotels more expensive is that they don't have the hotel infrastructure there to support it. Over at PAX, they're in fucking Philadelphia. Yes, they have the hotel infrastructure to support it. Indianapolis, despite being a convention city, is like not built to handle as many people as they have coming in for that fucking convention. And the city, it's kind of wild. Because the city of Indianapolis, one of the groups that actually has a lot of political sway over what gets developed in Indianapolis is Gen Con. Like, they can tell the city, we're gonna move the fucking convention unless you guys do this. And the last I heard was that the negotiations were, we're not renewing our contract with the city of Indianapolis unless you guys build more hotels within walking distance of the convention center. And apparently Indianapolis actually bent the knee to Gen Con, and they are building more hotels. But the thing that we need to have happen is that a lot of publishing companies and third-party TTRPG content creators, I hope someone carries this message over to the people, they need to stop buying up hotel rooms they don't fucking need. Because that's making this con really hard to attend. It's making this con really suck, and it makes you look like an asshole whenever other people hear about what you're doing. So, yeah. Don't do that, alright? If you got the money to do it, only buy with what's like within your need. Don't do this shit of booking out another extra 30 rooms. Because I don't know why. I don't know why. That's so strange. That's very, very weird fucking antisocial behavior right there. All that goes around. Okay. I should definitely get tested for ADHD at this point, huh? Now, okay. I will get started on the Ancestries. Yes. Okay. Now you guys know everything that's been going on with the Vagabond production, everything that I've been planning with cons, what all I've been doing. Now I have nothing else left on the docket other than this right here. The other thing I will say, if you haven't tried it yet, go get Mugenics, because I've also been fucking obsessed with that game. Anyways, you don't know what HD is, but you've got 80 of them. Hit dice. Okay, now, going over here, hero creation. Couple different things. We talked about lore a little bit and what this is. Lore, I guess I'll just read it down and I'll get the 87. Wow, 87 people in here. Hey, everybody. I'll read down lore so you guys can see why I'm talking about implementing this into like character creation. And give me your takes on it. Because, ADHD. Oh, got it. Okay. Ha ha ha. Now, if at some point Vagabond gets a different core rulebook, it will be because we have found there were other variant rules that came up that felt good enough to be core. So stuff like what you're going to see in here is stuff I'm kind of throwing out there that I'm like, these are ideas that I'm sort of weighing for what could later on be implemented fully, right? Laura say, hey, what up, Jack? Good to see you, man. Laura's sweet. You like it a lot. Solves my problems with what my character would know. Yeah. That's what I was kind of aiming for here. This first started out as the idea of blank skills, where people could fill these in and be like, I am trained in this skill that I thought of here. What could that apply to? You know? What is Mugenics, a new game by the maker of The Binding of Isaac? Yes, it's like Baldur's Gate meets Into the Breach. It's all cat themed and gross out themed, but it's classic fantasy classes with a bunch of new twists in there. It's very good. It's very good. If you like Fire Emblem, you'll probably really dig Mugenics. Although I gotta say, if you're not okay with your party getting killed, like wiped out, the game might not be for you. The game can be pretty brutal like that. So, lore. The lore variant rules for groups that would like to include a flavor section for their heroes' backgrounds, languages, and culture. Your hero's lore is a list of topics they have an experienced knowledge of, such as certain ancestries, beings, trades, or beliefs. Lore is not a check. I'm going to bold this to make sure people understand this. Lore is not a check. You do not make checks with your lore. It is purely for narrative purposes to justify why a hero would know information the player does not. If your hero's lore would apply to a situation, it is assumed you would have the knowledge necessary to remove hurdles toward helpful information. Let's kind of explain a little bit into what this is. So determining lore, during character creation, your hero can choose a number of lore equal to awareness plus reason. So you're going to have like a baseline of at least 4, right? However, you can take the following lore without counting against your total number. Common lore, which covers a basic knowledge of society. This is like knowing the common language, okay? Not really, it's just very adult humor, plays like Baldur's Gate 3. I would not call the humor in Mugenics adult or mature. It is childishly immature, and that's why we love Ed McMillan. Lore you choose the title of from the starting gear of your core rulebook. So like if you got the warrior like starting pack, you would know warrior lore. And then like what does that mean? Okay, like you guys, it's open-ended, you know. Your hero having an ancestry's lore would easily give you knowledge of their customs and fluency with their language. A being's lore should cover a being type such as cryptids, fae, or undead. A hero with this lore would be able to determine qualities of those beings. In-game, this can be as comprehensive as any of the information in its stat block. Right? Yeah, no role knowledge. Yep, exactly. A belief's lore covers certain belief structures and myths and gives you knowledge of deities relating to it. Most fantasy worlds are polytheistic, so these should cover broad domains such as light, storms, life, or death. This lore is a bit more fiddly in monotheistic worlds and should likely cover specific religions there. So this is like light religions, storm-based religions, right? Yeah. Lore looks cool. Anytime my players ask what I know, I usually come back with an I don't know what they. Yep, this is supposed to cover that big gap, right? A trades lore would give you the ability to deeply analyze art. I need to flesh that out. But yeah, you know what this is, right? The lore structure you have here feels very in line with Vagabond's and Zine ethos. I think it is. The only thing is in the future, the one thing I would change is that I would make lore, I would remove that keyword from relics. And I would keep it over here and then do whatever I would do with relics. Yeah. So hopefully that kind of makes sense for people who would be like, is this a mechanic like of the game? Not really. This is a bit open-ended, but it's supposed to be something that gives weight to if you ever ask like, well, my character would know about that because I took X lore. There you go. Boom. Right? The creator of Vagabond would be proud of you. Open skills. This is total Dragonbane, but you'll see why I'm implementing this here in just a second. Open skills are blank skills you determine the name and use of. These skills should be fairly specific and not covered by a skill that already exists. For example, if your setting includes modern technology, these skills might include things like driving, media, or tech. If you wanted to implement more specific social skills, you can include deceive and intimidate here. Okay, this is the spot where people have been asking me about, hey, I don't know what to do about social checks in the game. I openly despise social checks. I openly despise them. I think that they are completely antithetical to what a role-playing game should be. But if people want them, this is me giving you the option to add them because you just cannot get those training wheels off of you. If this is the kind of thing you would like to do, here you go. The thing that I think that this is strong for is actually in solo play. Because what this could mean is with open skills, we have a thing like we can give you an open secret role. Okay. Is there information that you saw that, like, from reading the adventure or the room description down, that you wanted to see, would my character have noticed this, right? Kind of like a perception check. What about leadership? Taron, shake my head. Wait, what? Oh, wait, what? Okay. So if you wanted to implement something like this, you can make that like okay, well, that's a spot check. Boom, right? You see what I mean? Rather social. I mean, I think of leadership more as like that is a skill you have to develop. Whereas influence would handle pretty much everything else, and we have other mechanics that can key off of that. Whereas if I made like a very specific deception skill, it feels like that is for one interaction, you know? And most of the time, whenever you're trying to build a social character, think about with like 5e. If I'm trying to make a social character in 5e, am I just taking persuasion? Probably not. Like, if I'm trying to make a real social star, I'm going to take intimidation, deception, persuasion, right? Like, I'm taking the big social skills for the game. That doesn't necessarily mean that, like, I agree with that implementation, where I think you could bring it all into one wheelhouse and reduce your overall word bloat in your game. But if there are people who, like, I cannot live without those skills, because, I don't know, there's just something ingrained that they're like, I cannot let go of this, this is going to be available for them. I'm on the fence. I think the over-reliance on social checks can be pretty detrimental, but they have their place, IMO. Yeah, base game, by the way, this is the kind of thing right here where, like, I originally put this in the game as core, because I thought it would be interesting to have open skills to where if you wanted to add a skill for your character, it was open-ended. You could take training in it, everything like that. I thought that felt really cool, right? But I also get how people are like, we're not adding more to the game like that, because I prefer that playstyle a lot. I prefer less skills overall than I do adding in a huge litany of them. But for certain, like, settings where it makes sense to add something like driving, media, or tech, I could, you know what I mean? But yeah, this is always a choice. It's not a must or anything like that. But yeah, so for solo players, if it was the kind of thing that you wanted to add in, like, okay, a spot hidden check, this could be your spot hidden, so that if it was a thing that you read in the room description and you want to see, okay, should I be able to act on that knowledge? Because to you really want to keep that integrity going, because that's part of what makes the game fun for you. You have that skill right there. You know, this, let the dice be your arbitrator, right? Extra luck effects. Yeah. So I've added these because I think that there is a use for them. So I'll kind of talk about where some of this came from. Number one, clutch. You can spend 1 luck to grant a +1 bonus to a d20 roll. This is a, like, Hail Mary, like, we can't get you favor on a resolved roll, right? We can't use luck to give you favor on a resolved roll unless we spend 2 luck to not only re-roll it, but also roll it with the favor. However, sometimes if it's, like, just barely within range, boom, you can do it right here. And this is also the kind of thing where you can add more to it. So you can spend more than just 1 luck to increase it to a success. It's going to blow a lot of your luck, but this is a thing that you can guarantee the math checks out on instead of shoddily throwing a dice roll at it. Shore Up is sick. I figured people would really like this. Oh, by the way, the inspiration for this came from Dungeon Crawl Classics. This is one of the things you can do with... This is how luck operates in DCC. Shore Up. If the D20 result after bonuses would qualify as a crit, it counts as a crit. Alright, there's 89 of you all in here. So, let's hear it. This probably should have been in the base game, right? Stupid question, only +1, not +1 per luck spend? Well, you spend 1 luck to add the bonus in there, right? It's not multiplicative. It's like, if I spend 2 luck, I'm going to get a +2 bonus. You know, if I spend 3 luck, it's going to be a +3 bonus. Things like that. You made a homebrew with this? That's funny. I think that Shore Up probably could have been in the base game. You think it could have been a luck feature, but it works... it could have been a variant roll, but it works as a luck feature. It really makes granting favor before rolling a lot more appealing. Yes. So free pass if I spend 5 luck? I mean, sure. Like, yeah, you can get a guaranteed free pass on a roll of 1 if you spend that much luck. But you spent 5 luck to do it. You know, you spent... The way that I'm thinking about that is you have 1 guaranteed pass per long rest. Ugh. Yeah, hunters, gunslingers, and fighters saying Shore Up. I think that this makes gunslinger and fighter look really good. Like, really good. And also samurai. What's the best situation for using clutch? You use clutch to get up to a 19, which is what you needed for Shore Up. And then, so you spend 2 luck to get the crit, if that's the thing that you wanted to do. Wait, does Shore Up not go luck neutral, or was luck on crit cut recently? Thank you, Jack. Oh my god, yes, you caught that. Oh, wait, how does this need to be phrased? That is a really good catch, actually. How does this need to be phrased? Because that could have been an infinite loop. Not an infinite loop, but it was definitely going to operate in a way that it shouldn't. If the D20 after bonuses would qualify as a crit, it counts as a crit. However, you can't, this crit, or can't grant additional luck. Because the thing is, you have to forego the luck that you would gain in order to do some of the other effects. So I'm trying to think of... however, you must forego the... So this would mean that it's useless to use on skill checks. Unless they're specifically for attacks and stuff. I'm gonna fucking sneeze. Alright. You must forego gaining the luck. Death whistle sneeze. Wait. Ooh, hold up. If the D20 result after bonuses would qualify as a crit, you gain the crit effect of the roll as if you had chose to forgo the luck. Right? That simplifies it instead of yes, but. Because, like, this is a really good use for luck. But we need to make it really clear you can't just regenerate luck with it. It's like the mechanic and the use of it feels really good. I would not see me using this one. What? I would not see me using this one. You would not see you using this one? This is universally really good. Like, I'll just say, this is a very good use for luck. I mean, look at what happens if it was you had favor on a saving throw. You had favor on a saving throw, and it brought it up above a 20. And you decide, you know what? I'm going to pop shore up because I could really use another action right now. Boom. That's fucking sick. That's so good. I feel like this one, I feel like I would use this one all the freaking time if I had favor on a roll. Yeah. You can go a session without a crit, so yeah. I mean, this is a way for you to be, getting something that you're like, you know what? I could use one of those right now. This is like, you know what? I need a beer after work. Would go crazy on Dancer. It's very fucking good. Can you use this after rolling the die? I mean, yeah, that it would qualify. I think it has to. This is after the roll. Hey Sarah, sorry for the question. You've probably seen 1,000 times. What ancestries are you planning to add next? Well, we can go over here to this one. Yeah, you kind of have to roll it first to know if you can use it. Yeah, I think there's really not a world in which you choose to do that before the roll, because it's too risky. So most people are going to want it to apply after the roll and just be like, oh, that could be a crit. You know what? The luck, it's a crit. Boom. You know, I really like that idea. Does this still work if you already spent luck to grant yourself favor? Yeah. You pop 2 luck to guarantee a crit? Sure. Go for it. But it doesn't get discounted. You know, it's not discounted because you got the crit and regained the luck, you know. How about the bonus? What do you mean? This can only work if any bonus you apply to the roll would you know what I mean? This needs to work in as many ways as we can possibly think of it. If you're asking a question about would this work with XYZ, the answer should always be yes. That's the way that I think about anything I add into Vagabond. Would this work with this? Yes, it should. Like, I want everything to build synergistically into each other. Can you add the +1 post roll? Yeah, clutch. Part of it is like shoring that up to be like, yep, it could be a 19. Bring it up to that. Boom. It should all work. The answer should always be yes. So if you got a question that you're like, hey, does this work with it? It should. It should. And if somebody can think of something that sounds like a unhealthy interaction, well, let's think about how that works out, you know. It's not worded clearly enough to me. How so? Let me see. Sorcerer's feeling real good with this? Yup. Sorcerer's feeling fucking sweet. I see yourself going for the classic roguelike light luck strategy now. Personally, you prefer the older wording with the second sentence? The older wording with the second sentence. I mean, I'm gonna have to like rewind the stream to see what that was. No, we're not gonna put examples. The mechanics should be simple enough. Like, the wording should be good enough to explain itself. You don't know about Shore Up? It feels like more of a Go Beyond. I'm trying to think of it as, like, narratively. Like, I think Clutch is a thing that, yeah, it makes sense that luck could account for why that did better, right? I don't know about Shore Up. I'm not completely sold on it, but yeah. It looks like there's room for one more variant luck rule, maybe. I mean, possibly, but these are the two that I've thought of so far going into this. Whenever I'm adding content into this book, it's not like I'm trying to fill space. It's only like if an idea strikes, then it goes in. I really try not to force content into a book that wasn't inspired, right? I predict the word bonus will result in a lot of debate. Why? A bonus has a really specific keywording in the game. A bonus is anything that adds to a roll. Go Beyond would be like turning things that wouldn't be crits into crits. You know what? Here's what we're going to do. I'm actually going to look at Mugenics. What are their mechanics for guaranteeing crit? You saw Grimalkin in there? I talked about Grimalkin. Unburdened strikes, backstabber. Hang on, Eugenics. Okay, I'm looking at some of the... Has there ever been a thought about a crit on spell letting you keep the mana as that you would have spent in lieu of the crit effects you mean? No, because I wouldn't want that to turn into a loop of people doing just kind of like nothing burger spells in order for them to just keep spamming and maybe getting a benefit out of it that could increase a resource. Like something that's like a mana refund, even if it's like it's a discount on the spell on a crit. I suppose that could be pretty fine. I'd be pretty careful about how I would implement that. Wait, have you talked about Grimalkin? I mean, it's a thing that I wanted to add for a while. What are their abilities for crit chance? Bullseye. Okay, I'm gonna see some of the names of their abilities for crit chance. Luck Swing is Okay, luck swing. Assassinate. No, what's like improve crit? Backstabber. Bullseye. Dig deep could be another name if you wanted to go instead of shore up. Maybe, but that seems like a inner reserve kind of a thing. Right. I would say add +1 to the result of a d20 roll instead of just a d20 roll. Instead of add plus. I mean, +1 bonus. What? Huh? Wait, what's the problem? Are you just like editing it down? Because it's typically always been this wording for Vagabond. Grants a +1 bonus to a d20 roll. I'm saying I don't really see much of an issue with it. It's only one line of text. I feel like shore up. I like shore up, but if you aren't feeling it, maybe push instead. Unless you think it is too similar to clutch. Well, they both started out kind of as a paired mechanic. Grant a +1 bonus, and if this bonus increases it, would cause it to qualify as a crit, then it counts. But then I was like, honestly, people want that to be a mechanic anyways. So, you know, critical hits immobilize. Critical hits deal 100% more damage. Dumb muscle. First strike. Focus, but that's a keyword for other stuff. No. Gamble, no. We're trying to find something that makes sense for improving the quality of a thing. The quality of the success was better. Wait, saying the result lets players know that they can do it after the roll? Grant a +1 bonus to a d20 roll. Result indicates, okay, since result is implying past tense. Grant a +1 bonus to a d20 roll result. Last surprise for the enemy who's about to get critted in the face. Last surprise is kind of funny. Grant a +1 bonus. I like that this could be added to damage or healing if you wanted to, as dog shit as that probably is. It's like almost universally better to use this for skill checks and crit and saving throws. So you can spend 2 luck to add a +1, and if it would be a crit, it crits. Yes, that is a +2 for a guarantee, or 2 luck for a guaranteed crit. You agree with Dragon Horde? I design games too, and I like to use result to clarify after the result or to the result of the world. Right, really, like I can see why. I get why. I can see why. The thing I was just trying to think of like how to. Yeah. I will be the one dealing with people asking for clarification on Discord. I care about this deeply. Okay. I swear to God, I'm not having sinus issues, and then suddenly I get on stream. It happens all the time. Hang on. Ugh. Okay. Now... So after bonuses will qualify as a crit. Add a +1 bonus to a roll result. Perfect strike. It's not like an alley-oop. What is this? Is the word bonus necessary if you need it to fit on one line? Yeah, because bonus is a keyword at like in Vagabond. Yeah. So we need people to know that this is a bonus because of other mechanics in the game, like shore up now. Yeah, bonus defines what it is. What's the font being used in the books? It's called Paradigm. All of the fonts, all of Vagabond's fonts are in the very beginning of the credits. Clutch doesn't jive with you. Clutch players in sports usually clutch due to talent plus mentality, fluke, or something similar lines more luck as a character stat. I mean, clutch play. I think that's thinking too hard about that. I don't think it really. I don't think that the keyword was really unappealing. You know. Plus, trust me. Whenever we get into discussions about luck, people seem extremely opinionated about what does or does not qualify as like luck. Wait, if this is any other game, I'd have a problem with shore up, but because this game is not about adding a ton of bonuses all the time, I like this, and it makes the option very tempting for players. Most of the time, you're just applying this for favor. Like, yeah. I see people mostly doing that for favor. Yeah. Non-capitalized keywords, my one weakness. It's a quote-unquote keyword, but it's not specifically a keyword, you know? Usually the capitalized keywords were referring to things in-game that had very specific mechanics, whereas these are just, like, qualifying what a number is, you know? Luck stats tend to be very polarizing, not just mechanically, but flavor-wise as well. Yeah, here's the deal. Luck is not specifically luck as we know it in the real world in Vagabond. Luck, to me, in Vagabond is your hand on the scales of fates. It is you stepping in to do something that is taking agency in that moment as a player and somebody that has impact on the story. That is a moment where you are going, actually, I am one of the fates here, and I am stepping in to go, this character is doing really, really well right now. Fluke is already one? Yeah, I think so. If I remember right, it's already in the core rulebook. If the D20 result after bonuses will qualify as a crit, you gain the crit effect of the roll as if you had chose to forgo the look. Watch, I'm just going to do this. It's not a keyword, it's just an effect / pointing at the application of a modifier. Boom! There we go. Yep, it's not exactly a keyword. It's just a word that helps to clarify what the thing is, I guess. Push your luck for favor, suffer the target is ambiguous. Effects when low makes sense. Wait, what? Good enough is perfect. Yeah, so like luck is a currency that allows you as a player to have more agency in breaking the rules here. This is a like, and people, by the way, some people might just never want to use luck, and that's fine. I don't want them to have to, you know, but yeah. Good. It's crazy how much you actually love that. What, good enough? Just just leave it like Shore up is more like a happy accident. Okay. Please keep good enough. It clearly states it is goofy as hell. See, if you hate luck, then you can just dump the stat and be better at a different save or whatever. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the deal. Is like, if your table straight up just goes like, we don't like luck and we don't really want to use it. I mean, yeah, that's going to mean that some classes suck, but like your table chose to do that. You can play Vagabond and never use the luck system. It's going to be rough. Like, guys, monsters hit like fucking trucks in this game. Like, yeah, it's going to be rough. A lot of times people are like, well, like Vagabond heroes punch really hard. God damn it, they need to. Like, yeah, you want to hit. Oh, this is one thing that I don't really understand in like the mentality of playing an action game. It's like, it's there to be a power fantasy, you know. So why is it that we hate the idea of it giving us power? I just don't get that. It looks like importance is proportionally inverse to how little luck you have as a player. I mean, sure. There was something I was scrolling to. Oh, yeah, I need to fix the way that this is all lined up here. I was scrolling over to something that I got distracted. And fuck. Nah, I forgot. Well, shit. What was I just about to scroll over to? God damn it. Oh yeah, Zodiac staying in. Okay, so I'll talk about Zodiac real quick. Okay, so Zodiac is going to be in the game, but it comes at a price. No, I don't. Why is this being funky? Why is this music from No, I'm Not Human? No, it's just sad boy quasi video game music. Monkey Planet. Okay. Okay, so Zodiac. Zodiac is in the game as a class that works off of the Constellar Attunement, like, magic system thing, the hack I added in here. Long story short, this is like star signs from any fantasy that's ever included what a star sign was. So think like Elder Scrolls, Think like Elder Scrolls. Fuck, I was trying to think of another one that used this. I feel like this is... I mean, D&D had these at one point. I'm trying to remember. I mean, I think the most popular one is definitely Elder Scrolls, but like I feel like I literally just played a game where this was a thing. And I can't think of it right now. So we're going to move on from that. But this is taking that and turning it into something for Vagabond. You can implement this into one of your worlds. Is this going to be expected on every character? No. I try to make it real clear that all the stuff that's in here is options, not must use, right? I love using the plot armor variant rule just because anytime someone chooses to spend luck in a way that they're basically spending a possible extra life, so using luck number feels cheap. Yep. So, Constellar Attunement. Inspired by the Elder Scrolls series, Constellar Attunement tools the signs and the perks for heroes with a special story-based requirement. This section also includes the Zodiac, a class I originally created for Dungeons & Dragons 5e, but struggled to make sense for Vagabond to port. The addition of these star signs opened up the ability for the Zodiac to make a return, and isn't a reflection of anything in the Elder Scrolls. So, I was kind of hoping that... here, I'll turn this down actually a little bit. That got really loud. I was hoping that people seeing this and the addition of other, like, magic systems would be like, oh, this is how I can use that to make my own classes for Vagabond and incorporate it into this world with, like, my idea of what the magic system would be. Whatever, right? Grim Dawn? Maybe? Saint Seiya anime revolves around that. Yeah, Saint Seiya inspired the Zodiac. Now, Sign Attunement. Attuning to a star sign. This is explaining how these quote-unquote perks kind of work. Attuning to a star sign is a 10-minute ritual which traditionally must be done in the presence of a henge or temple dedicated to the power of the star sign. The hero can only be attuned to one star sign at a time, losing the perk of the previous star sign when they attune to a new one. So you can only ever be attuned to one of these at a time. That's like the big rule with it. That's how it has usually always operated. Vicky 2235, welcome. So, wait, let's team up for some... Oh, god damn it, you're a bot. No, I'm not adding you on fucking... No, go away. So, the other variant to this is birth signs. In some worlds, heroes become attuned to a sign at birth. This is called a birth sign, and traditionally it could not be changed. That's just, if you wanted to use it in a different way, there's that right there, right? So, the sign list, these will increase to 36 once I get it all out there. Star signs, they're listed alphabetically here. So targets you, this is sign of the archer. Think of these again like perks. Okay. Targets you hit with ranged attacks are vulnerable to all attack and cast checks for the next round. Or for the rest of the round, which is crazy fucking good. Sign of the bear. Once per day, you can cast Beast in a 10-foot cube. This casting lasts for 1 minute and does not require focus. This, honestly, hang on. This, targets you hit with range attacks are vulnerable to all attack and cast checks for the rest of the round. Should probably be... Hang on. To the next attack or cast check. Can you up on Discord for some contact info for your con friends? Wait, can I hit you up on Discord for some contact info for your con friends? What do you... Wait, what contact info? What you need, I might just be able to give it to you here. But if it's... I mean, and this can always... I never really know if it's that vague, and it's like, hey, some of my friends want to talk to you. I'm usually going to be like, What? If it's like, hey, my friends want to know your address so they can come and follow you to a con, well, that's going to be a different kind of conversation than like, hey, my buddies are also going to be at Gen Con. Can we meet you somewhere? Oh, just a way for your friends at Con Carolina to get in contact with you about maybe being a guest. Indestructoboy@gmail.com. That's my business email. That's where they can hit me up. Armor doesn't reduce magic damage? No, it does not. It reduces damage from attacks. Imaginary. Yeah. They can email me at indestructoboy@gmail.com. That is the best way to get a hold of me for any business-related stuff. And then if that turns into, well, they actually want to talk on Discord, then we can have that conversation on the email. You have an off-topic question about the polymorph spell? Okay, let's hear it. Once per day, you can cast Beast in a 10-foot cube. This casting lasts for 1 minute and does not require focus. Sign of the Bear lets you call in a bear. Or another animal you want to get, you know? If you're thinking about going to Con Carolina, you'd actually be interested in going to your local to the Carolinas. Well, this, I mean, I might, I don't know. I might go. We'll just have to see. Sign of the Centaur I threw in here. I don't know what it's going to be just yet. Sign of the Chalice, you can cast Life and have Swim. Boom. Sign of the Dragon, you can cast Burn and reduce damage you take from fire by half your level. Pretty fucking universally really good. Sign of the Harp, you can cast Mirage and can interact with illusions you create to produce sounds of your choice. You can literally like just manifest a little musical instrument if you would like to, but you still always have the Mirage spell, so yeah. Sign of the Horse, you have +2 item slots and gain a 5-foot bonus to speed. This was, I think it's still Steed in Elden Ring. Yep. Burst signs like Skyrim. Yep. How does stacking work if you use polymorph on yourself without the shape change feat? The feat specifies you use cast, but I don't know if the spell says. You would always use cast for the attack check on that. I'm not sure if I missed anything, but if you have life and no mana, can you do anything with it? You can keep whack-a-moling people up. You'll Mirage a Mayan Scream Whistle. There you go. Always love star signs since you played Oblivion. Cool little detail for your character. I think that it's a really fun idea for a magic system. I really like the idea of what star signs could be, and I think that they've nailed it in Elder Scrolls for years. Sign of the Lady, every shift you reduce your fatigue by 1. I think that this could be really good. I don't know for sure if something breaks it. But I think that this is very strong. Sign of the Joker got to be something very meta. Yeah, I don't know what this is going to be just yet. I don't know. You roll a DX every start of the day and get the perk of the corresponding sign. Wait, oh, you rolled... trying to... what? I was going to recommend the horse buffs for Centaur and stick to come up with maybe benefit to range. I often see Centaurs favoring bows and range weaponry. I see Centaurs as like teachers too. So like maybe, I don't know, maybe. Sign of the Lantern, you can cast light and have dark sight. That's really simple. Yeah. Sign of the Lord, your armor also reduces the damage you take from cast actions. It is really good. Really good. Sign of the Joker could be influencing other players or the GM as parlay ability. That's got to be more specific for me to kind of know exactly what you mean. Off topic, the rogue starts as trained and only has range. Wait. The rogue starts trained, has an only ranged hero. Is there any balance issues if you also add melee to the rogue? It has melee, but it's as finesse. Finesse attacks. So because you have finesse, you can use melee finesse weapons with it. That was the design intent. You wouldn't be able to use great axes with the rogue. That was the intent. rogue is going into high dex, and that's why they get finesse training. And you use finesse to do all the dagger stuff. Say there's 12 signs. If you have the Joker one, you roll DX every X amount of time. Well, there's 36 signs. At least that's the plan. But I'm kind of... Yeah. If there's no Sagittarius in there, giving the Centaur some kind of range buff would be pretty neat. We do have Archer doing something really, really good. By parlay, I mean more of a meta mechanic where you can strike deals in exchange for resources or another cost. That would kind of go against a lot of the design sensibilities I kind of had in making Vagabond. Yeah. Plus, like, think about how that would be negotiated in solo play. Like, I really try to leave nothing up to DM arbitration in Vagabond, and that's led a lot of people to be like, wow, this game runs really smoothly for, like, GMing. And it's like, yeah, because I took a lot of the micromanaging shit out of the GM's hands, and people have loved that. So, it was like, I think I'm going to stick with that. Sign of the Lover, you can use your action, once per shift, you can use your action to cause a close being to become charmed by you for 1 round. While charmed this way, they are dazed. Once per shift, you use an action to cause something that is right next to you to become dazed, if it can be charmed. Boom. Sign of the Mage, you have a +4 bonus to maximum mana and a +1 bonus to casting max. Notice that you cannot continue to keep taking this. This is a one-time, basically 1 level's worth of full caster. Boom. Sign of the Sword sounds sick. Hi, bud. Hi. What was that noise? You regretting that chicken from earlier? Yeah? Hi. Sort of straight up Zelda Sword Beams? Yup. Well, it's Zelda Sword Beams slash the Moonlight Greatsword from Dark Souls. So there's Sign of the Mage there if you just wanted to get more mana. Boom. That's a level's worth of mana from a full caster. Sign of the Palm, you can cast Hold and can't be charmed. If you wanted the, like, Palm, I will say this. Whenever I designed the Zodiac for 5e, the Palm sign was always my favorite. Sign of the Palm, to me, I was like, I knew what I wanted this to be. I had this vision of it. And it wasn't until I saw Chainsaw Man that I fucking knew exactly what it had to be. Palm and the narrative for all of it is control. And, like, I guess slight spoilers for Chainsaw Man. I mean, you'll know it really quick. Yeah, it's the Makima one. Yeah. As soon as I saw Makima doing that, like, and I was like, that's sick as fuck. What the shit? And I needed it. I needed it. So Palm became about control and then turning, like, Bigby's hand into a fucking sick, nasty, evil spell. But yeah, so that's Sign of the Palm is all about control. Although I think with hand being a spell now, it would feel really dumb not to have hand be the Sign of the Palm one. Okay, you need to go outside? Hang on a second. What? Okay. What do they cast Hold with? What? What do they cast Hold with? My Magus is definitely going to have Sign of the Mage. It is very reliable. I mean, is it bland? Yeah, but some people just want the oomph. You know? You hadn't read the spell yet. It's very cool. Oh, hand is actually pretty sick. Like, this is a... I mean, it is mage hand, but it works for Vagabond now. And it can be your Bigby's hand. You know? I think it has to have hand. Yeah, the sign gives them the hold spell. What do they use to cast it? You can cast it without mana. Like, you... That's the thing. You don't have to have mana to cast spells in Vagabond. I think... with the... Oh, you gotta go to sleep now. Good luck with the design. Hey, thanks, Jack. We'll talk to you later, brother. What stat? Oh, see, that makes a lot more sense now. Boom. If a sign grants the ability to cast a spell, you can cast it with a skill of your choice. There you go. Boom. Hey, what up, Phil? How you doing, brother? Off-topic question. If comfortable, where do you get your eye patches from? Etsy. You have double vision, but it's getting progressively worse. You're in therapy for it, but you were told to consider an eye patch. Yeah, there's a person on Etsy. Oh, shit. Didn't mean to do that. Let me see if I can find the store real quick. Etsy eye patch store. It was a place... Okay, I think it was this shop. However... Yeah, okay. It was this shop. Oh, shit, I can't show that because that's got my credit card info in there. It's called Danielle's Leather. However, they have changed the material that they make, like the leather that they make it out of. Like, this is my exact eye patch right here. However, mine was like a softer one. Like, this leather is pretty soft and pliable, which is like, I love it. It's great. I love this eye patch. It's my favorite eye patch I've ever owned. But they've changed it, and the new ones that she's making them out of, they're not as flexible. I think I've sent her this info before. I was like, I really love the old ones. Like, this is the one that I have right here. But, like, the fact that they're not flexible now means that, like, they don't move with your face as well, and they're more likely to slide off because they don't, like, mold to you. I've thought about putting one in the washing machine just to, like, get it to, you know, flex up a little bit more. If you have, like, if you've got the eye still, then, like, you're probably not going to be too worried about how dirty they're going to get. But, yeah, don't get cotton ones. Because especially if you've still got the eye, that's going to fucking suck. Like, that's going to itch, and it's going to burn and hurt. Don't do that to yourself. Yeah, get one of the actual leather ones from somewhere. Look at your stuff, you keep looking around. I'm thinking, yeah, no, totally. Glad to see me on stream. Yeah, I've just been crazy busy with a whole lot of shit. Oh, yeah, and I'm working on the background in this room a bit more. Actually, thanks to a lot of Vagabond sales, I've been able to, like, experiment with, like, getting more shit on my pedal board, and oh man, it's felt great. Okay, let's get back over into this. You still have the eye. The cotton ones are awful. Yeah, I fucking hate cotton eye patches. Oh my god. I don't know why they even continue to make eye patches out of cotton for anybody, because like if you don't have the eye, then they just get nasty and gunky. Like, yeah. Hobbies fueling hobbies. Work fueling work. God, yeah. But it's been really cool to be able to hear. Actually, this has been the cool thing. I've needed to for years now. I've really needed to get my pedal board like set up professionally, and like do the cable management, do everything to like, because I mean, okay, for a lot of people who don't know, my other day job is, it's not just like, oh well, he plays guitar. I'm a professional session guitar player in Tulsa, and Tulsa's like a big music city, so we stay busy. So not only that, can I... Shit. Hang on. Oh, fuck. Is this gonna show... Oh, come on. Don't come unplugged. No! Wait, how can I get this to work? Is it right? Oh, okay. You can see the edge of it. So this is the start of the new pedal board. Oh, there's Apollo. Say hey, bud. Okay. Okay. Well, shit, you can't see all of it. Anyways, there's my wah-wah pedal, my tuner. God damn it. I don't know. Maybe someday I'll do a, hey, pedal board. I don't know, something like that. Speaking of music, has the Shadowdark music going? You want to hear some of it? Let me see here. I think the last person I sent some of the stuff to check it out might have been Pablo. Okay, sure. Bud, the back door's open. Hi, I know, I gave you... I looked at you for 3 seconds and now you're like, wait, I could have more attention. Okay. Do you need a trinket though? I mean, casting rules apply. Casting rules all apply on all that. Okay, so... there is a... Let me see here. Alright, so here's kind of what I'm thinking for the theme. I think... Is this right? Let me see if this is the right preview first. Yeah. Okay. This is a rough. Okay, first off, these are all pre-masters, okay? This is before final instrumentation, everything like that. This is me doing sketches of things. Okay, so, number one, it's not mastered. That's part of what the desk and everything that's coming in for is going to be for. And I've got other musicians coming in to record other tracks as well. So, this is just me sketching the ideas out basically on guitar and bass. This is supposed to be Shadowdark's main theme. That mandolin needed new strings so bad. That's very loud on this one. You know, now that I'm listening to that through these through these headphones, I'm realizing how bad that is mixed. The core idea is there. You're hearing the chord progression and all that. I'm not real happy with how that's mixed. And that's gonna have different instrumentation and everything, but that's just me recording it on guitar, mandolin, and bass. But the one that is further along, this is supposed to be kind of like a carousing, sort of like tavern theme. RimWorld vibes. Thank you, Deified. So it's supposed to be loopable background game music, you know. Well, my favorite part is still the C section. Coming up. Right here. C section, not like that. So I was, yeah, a lot of what inspired that one was like the Hearthstone theme. I mean, like, of course, I always kind of wanted to do something that was slightly like witchery with that. The Diablo's soundtrack is going to be all over this thing. Now the one that I'm like, I was throwing a strange one out there. My buddy Brady remastered it for me because he really liked the preview I posted, and he sent me this. Hang on, let me find it. So, 10-Eyed Oracle is going to be in... Where? Why can't I not pull up this? Okay. So, the 10-Eyed Oracle in Shadowdark is like the Beholder, basically. And I wanted to really write something that felt alien. And I thought that I wanted to make boss music for a Beholder. And I was like, what would that sound like? We have essentially gotten rid of the intro on this ever since I originally sent this over. Let me see here. Where's that? Give me the... I'm gonna skip the intro and just get right into the like crazy alien boss music for it. All right. So, whoop. Let me skip ahead to the. All right. Oh, this could be loud. Here's the main idea. In loops. My favorite is this. So a lot of it, I mean, you can hear, like, I am a... Oh, fucking... Hey, Claudia. So a lot of it, what you're going to hear, like... I mean, yeah, I had my prog metal days, okay? So, because it was based off of the 10-eyed Oracle, 10, so it's in 5/4. Yeah, oh, hey! So it's in 5/4, and it just started out as this one, like... guitar line that I thought sounded sick. Where is... Let me see. So it's not gonna be plugged in. Okay. You just got off work? Oh god. Okay. Holy pedal, yes. Wait, you guys can finally see that now whenever I got up? Okay, so it started out as this. Alright, we're gonna ignore that. Okay, so it started out as this, like, I don't know, a weird idea, and I just knew that I liked the implied, like, harmonic movement that was going on there, you know? And then it just turned into this... I don't know, I just thought that sounded sick, and eventually the whole thing kind of came together after I had figured out what the chord structure was around this. And it just turned into what it did. But yeah, a lot of what you're hearing is like my old like prog metal days. But that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What did it? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, the whole thing being in 5/4 is a little thing to like 10-eyed Oracle. Plus, I think a lot of people were expecting a lot of like fantasy dungeon crawler music with the Shadowdark soundtrack. And I wanted to like, I mean, I talked to Kelsey and I was like, do you want to do like ambient dungeon crawler stuff? Or like, what do you want to do? And she was like, no, let's do more like composed, like video game soundtrack kind of stuff. So we have that. Like that's 3 of them. Hang on, let me get this put back up. Oh yeah, and then the pedal board. So that monstrosity. Oh shit. There we go. Boom. This is the big pedal board right here for all the musical theater shit. So this has got like I don't know, 24-ish pedals on it. But yeah. Now, okay, the other ones were, again, still sketches, you know. Wait, where do I even find anything in that mess? Most of it's always on. Like, I mean, plus a lot of it's labeled, like the reverb pedal says reverb on it, you know. But a lot of it's like memorizing the like position of them. Did Seth feed your pedal addiction? Seth was a big part of it, yeah. There's been a lot of me picking up stuff and let me see here. Hang on. Alright. Love ambient dungeon crawler music, but I love that you're doing something different, leaning more video game soundtrack vibes. You're sounding great so far. Thank you! I am really stoked to see where it's going. Okay, so this is not complete. And basically, this is the main pedal board. Okay, so this is the main pedal board, and a lot of what you're hearing is was actually like, if you've heard tracks that I've recorded, you know, pro guitar and stuff for, it's probably come off of this board. You can see it's got a lot of extra dual lock on it because I was still trying to figure out where the hell shit was going to go. I'll say straight up though. So part of the way that I know where stuff is on this board, okay, so I know that there's a series to it. Like it goes, there's a certain line that it goes down, right? It goes into my, into the send, which goes into my tuner. That, I've changed the position of the preamp. The preamp is now down here. Originally I was thinking it needed to kind of boost my signal and do a little bit of pre-EQ shaping, but I like it way more later on down the line. And some of the stuff that you're hearing, like you just heard on the Shadowdark soundtrack stuff, was the ENnie bathing. That's more of kind of an ambient delay. This is like a very surreal sort of, they call it like a liminal delay, but yeah. So that's a lot of the more kind of creepy sounding atmospheric stuff. This is the Afterneath, which has got a big wizard in a cave on it, which I fucking loved. This is more of your shimmery sort of like strange haunting delays or reverbs. And then this is just kind of a standard reverb tank right here. But it all goes into the tuner, into a compressor, into the Reaper is a noise gate. So basically I don't want any hum. This is the thing that gets rid of the hum. That goes over here into the Morley Warlock, like Warlock. Yeah, my wah-wah pedal. That goes over into the Keeley Octosi. This is a fuzz and octave coupler. Although you can change the octave that's on here, so it's a harmonizer pedal. I am using this one on the Shadowdark soundtrack for another thing. I'll show you guys here in a second. That all goes into this phaser pedal. That all goes into my gain stage. My gain stage is really this whole bottom part right here, but your gain stage is where you're adding all the distortion and saturation to your sound. It starts out with the EAE Halberd, which is just a sick overdrive push. That pushes my longsword, which is kind of like a rat distortion, but also gets into some blues driver kind of sounds. That goes over into the EAE Dagger. If you can't tell, I'm a huge fan of electronic audio experiments. Their distortions are just like the best sounding distortions ever. However, that also all goes over into the non-EAE distortion on the board. It's a Maxon Sonic Distortion. I'm a big fan of a guy named Wayne Krantz. If you guys ever listen to like jazz fusion, anything like that, Wayne Krantz is a huge influence on my sound, and this is like the Wayne Krantz button right here. That all goes back into the Noise Reaper, which goes over into my graphic EQ. Actually, right now it's going into the preamp and then into the graphic EQ. That all goes over into the Keeley Katana. This is just a boost. I kind of love the fact that my all of my big increase the volume pedals, except for the Sonic Distortion, are all named after weapons. That felt sweet. That goes over into, I've replaced the Kodiak. It's now a Walrus Audio Monument for the tremolo. And that goes into a volume pedal. The volume pedal returns. So that's my whole gain stage right in there. Some people like to have tremolo come in the like modulation phase, but I like it right here before volume because I can adjust the volume of the tremolo a lot easier. It feels really weird to have tremolo come after volume for me. I've never really liked that. That goes into the Walrus Juliana, which is a chorus vibrato kind of univibe pedal. And then that goes over into the Keeley Halo, which is a kind of I'm using it as a slapback kind of fattening delay. That goes over into the ENnie Bathing, which is a more ambient, spacey delay. And then that goes over into the Afterneath. That's my reverb wash. And that goes over into the reverb from Empress, which is just straight up a more standard reverb pedal. That all goes out into my amplifier. This is the reason why this one's huge. A lot of people don't really like huge boards. I personally don't either. But this is what I have to use for musical theater gig work. I want to make sure that this board can handle any musical theater book that gets thrown at it. And I've seen, I mean, honestly, there's actually, in this space up here, there is one song that I swear to you, out of all the stuff I've ever played, there's one song in particular that kind of dictates why I have to have 2 delays on my board. And it's One Song Glory from Rent. If y'all haven't heard that song, One Song Glory, and we'll get back into Vagabond stuff. Okay, this fucking song has a very particular delay setting, and it's like in the book, you have to have it set to this. Let's see. Are they gonna just get right into the song?
One song.
Oh.
One song, glory. One song.
That particular delay, you have to have that dialed in. If you don't have that dialed in on your board, the song fucking falls apart because everyone is relying on you for the tempo. And so I've used tap tempo delays for this. I've tried to make them work. You need to have something that has specific like millisecond settings on it. But for all intents and purposes, everything else on the board is I mean, I need to cover a whole bunch of different shit that I can for basically any musical theater work that comes along. So that's why that board is huge. Otherwise, I'm just using I don't know if you can see it. There's a second board over here that I would just use for rock gigs and stuff. But yeah, the big board is for the musical theater shit. That's the multi-$1,000 gigs that come along, not the, $100 bar gigs. Yeah. This TTRPG came along and hit that itch of how rules to run things was still very soft enough to be very homebrew friendly. Was on a bad streak of finding a system until a few days ago. Shit, man, thank you so much. Currently brainstorming a Tsukogami race for when it's my turn to be a player and not a G. That's why I made solo rules. You can even playtest the stuff you make. I thought that was kind of cool. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait. Sorry, there was one more. There was one more off the Shadowdark. Hang on. Where would this one be? I tried to come up with more ambient stuff that was a lot more background-esque. Where is... Okay. Let me find. Okay. Yes. Okay, here was... This is, again, whenever I say like more background-y kind of stuff, this, you can tell my Chrono Trigger inspiration on this one, which is why I'm not super happy with it. The idea is here, but I'm not sold on this one really making it into the soundtrack. Oh. You can hear right there. Basically, it was like, oh, he just played Chrono Trigger, and I'm like, okay, I'm good. So that one's probably not making it in. I sent a whole lot of previews for stuff, and I am not finding them right now. Let me see. Your Vagabond copy goes most places with you. It's your favorite book to use for solo play and having people to pick a one-shot game. Hell yeah. Yep, I really wanted a beer and pretzels style game. I am so happy to hear so many other people are like, yeah, I can just use this to run a game for myself if I want. Hang on. Okay. I have sent other previews out. Okay, so again, here's other roughs. Let me see here. These are, again, they're like ideas that I'll record and see if I can develop it into something. That's just basically kind of how the process goes. I don't know which one this one is. Again, I kind of like how that, like, I like that one as an idea. I don't know that I'm sold on that one for Shadowdark quite yet. I'm kind of toying around with it. It almost sounds too Stardew Valley for me. Let me see. What was this one? This should be the creepy cave kind of thing.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. I think that's a wrong note there. So you can see that one just loops. It's creepy dungeon crawler music, you know. It's fine. There's been about like 8 or 9 ideas that I've sent out. But I am kind of thinking now, like, I mean, there's about 3 that I'm like, this is ready to go. Boom, let's get it recorded and sent. There's a couple of them that I'm still trying to develop a little bit more on. But yeah, the thing that has made it, the thing that has taken up a lot of time and just trying to get it out the door has been Vagabond fulfillment. But yeah. Very ethereal forest, perhaps leaning a bit more that will pull it away from Stardew. Definitely something I'd love to see. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, the oh shit, I don't have the pedal down. There's a pedal that I'm using a lot on this stuff. It's the Walrus Audio Fable. Wait, is it the Fable? No. Is it Lore? I think it's the Lore. I'm trying to remember if it's the Lore or the Fable. Either way, they both have fantasy shit all over them, which is why whenever I saw them, I was like, yes, I gotta check this out and see what I can make happen with it. It is such an interestingly, it's like more of a what we call like a soundscape generator. This will apply some pitch shifting to the overtones, or sorry, I say the overtones. There's delay trails, and this will like kind of accentuate the overtones in those delay trails, and it can like make what you play sound haunting in a way. And I fucking love this pedal. Very, very cool. But again, it's like I wanted dark fantasy, and then someone was like, "Ooh, wait, you want like that odd shimmer on it? You want this like lush kind of like expansive environment on it? Check these out, the Lore and the Fable." Let me see. Well, Walrus Audio's pedals always look fucking sick. Let me see here. Yeah, this is what the Lore sounds like. Oh! that scream. Yeah, it's sick. So the thing to listen for is in the ambience, like in the overall room sound, what he's playing isn't what's getting echoed back. They're actually modulating the reverb, right? And it adds this, like, oh my god, I feel like there's ghosts in the room with me kind of a sound. It's so cool. I fucking love this pedal.
Dwarf goblins.
Grief. Greth? Great H? Greth. Alright, well hey, welcome. Thanks so much for subbing. The one that I love, though, that I mean, you all saw this one on my board earlier. Let me see. Someone just... show. I just want to see you just play the pedal. Just play the pedal. Okay. OB&E bathing. I fucking love this pedal. You saw it on my board earlier. This is another thing that helps to make like this crazy sort of dark atmosphere. That's kind of standard-ish. Let me see, what else does this guy do with it? Yeah, so delay pedals do this really funny thing whenever whenever you're changing the actual time setting, or like basically it's set to be like right? So you have like the tempo of the repeat trails, like the delay trails, and whenever you shorten that time, it causes this really funny sound. Like you'll hear it go up in pitch, or if you go back down, it kind of like warbles and it's woo, right? But it's just, oh my god, I love whenever a delay pedal embraces that, and you can kind of use the delay pedal as its own instrument to get these just kind of odd little yeah, it's so sick. Now they're delaying the delay. Or they're looping, yeah, they're looping that there. So yeah, I love it, like being able to experiment with this pedal in particular. The bathing kind of makes everything sound like it's just in large, expansive environments, which is like really great for dungeony synth stuff. And then the lore was just incredible at like just generating haunting soundscapes. There's one last one and then I'll get back into all this stuff. The EAE Mirror House. I tried to make this one work, because I think it has all the potential in the world for this, and like this kind of stuff, but I was having the hardest time figuring out how to operate it. It has a very strange interaction with volume, and it's like a delay pedal that will send out delay trails on two separate ends of like the pitch spectrum. One of them will go higher and the other one will go lower. And depending on how loud you play, it's the further away they'll actually go from your primary pitch. It is such a strange sound, and I love it. Okay, you can't just play David Bowie into it. Hang on a second. Hang on. We gotta find someone who actually, like, pushes it with something weird. Collector Emitter. Okay, yeah, Collector Emitter will. This guy is one of my favorites on YouTube. So you can kind of hear the bounce of the pitch. And the more intense that you play into it, like the louder that you're playing into it, the further away they're going to bounce away from that originator pitch. Let's see. Do something weird. Do something weird into it. It's giving rusty trampoline springs. Let me see that animate all the way up. It's adding so much oddness in there right there. Okay, he's getting really lush, pretty stuff out of it. Mine sounded just like a cacophony. I might not be able to get one in here, but yeah, I like this pedal. I could really hear I could hear what it was like really trying to hit, but I just personally couldn't really I couldn't really keep it under control. I like the Mirror House as an idea, but I just maybe wasn't able to really fall in love with it. But yeah, that's one of the other ones I'd love to actually find some use for and kind of evoke that weird, darker dungeon synth vibe. But yeah. Hiskey's made it. Wait, what? Has anyone asked for an unfamiliar faux page for making their own homebrew content, just like an off-color variant, so people can tell homebrew apart from official? That would be nice. I will make an InDesign file. Yeah, people in the community have also made their own, like that you can do in Google Drive or Google Docs and things like that. A lot of people have been asking for that. So I will try to make it available. I really don't think people have to freak out too much about, like, people can't tell the difference between this thing and something official anymore. I've never at any point really had an issue with that. Considering basically everybody uses Mrs. Eves for everything 5e anyways. But yeah. Hope you're not super late to jump in. Oh, you're good. What's going on? Okay, let's get over and let's get some other music going. There we go. Okay. So we talked about, rounding all that back around. We talked a little bit about the signs. Let's get through them because we've got this many people who could actually put their eyes on it, and usually people are pretty good at calling out, like, hey, this thing is cool, or hey, this thing seems like dog shit. Here's why. Sign of the... Okay, I like the ones that were really kind of non-magical, because the birth sign narrative kind of made it to where I could get slightly magical with them. So, sign of the ritual. Once per day, you can cast Raise in a 10-foot aura without spending mana. Boom. Once a day, you can get a bunch of zombies. Yeah, okay. Like, fucking cool. This is also based off of, what was it again? There was something in Elder Scrolls that did this, and I'm trying to remember what it was. To change the hand makes sense. Just to touch on that again quick. Oh, yeah. You can cast Hand and can't be charmed. Yeah. Sign of the Serpent. This is I think this is going to be a fun one for people. Once per scene, when you make an attack with a weapon, you can will it to become coated with a poison in your inventory, which uses the poison. Just as whenever you make the attack, boom, this is actually poisoned. Like, blah. I just love the idea of, like, this is just a thing that is in your inventory, or like it's a thing you can just kind of do. There's actually cobra venom in my inventory, bam, it's coating my weapon now. Like, I just wanted yeah. But this didn't make a lot of sense as something that would have been like a feature, but the fact that it's like kind of plugged into this birth sign in like a magic system, it narratively to me it clicks, you know. How do you attune to them? It's a 10-minute ritual spent at a shrine like dedicated to the star sign, or it's, if you wanted to do like, you take one sign at birth and that's like the one that you have, then you can do that too. But yeah, so you can swap the sign just like you do in the Elder Scrolls series, where like I go to a shrine or I go to some kind of a hinge that's dedicated to that, and I can just go attune to it with a 10-minute ritual, right? You can't just willy-nilly swap them out like super quick. That's what the Zodiac is specializing in as a class. So yeah, Sign of the Shadow. Once per day, you can become invisible at the start of your turn for 1 minute, ending early if you attack or cast. So you go invisible for 1 minute. Boom. Yeah. Sign of the Sphinx. You can cast him, and you ignore hinder on trained skill checks. Might be too sweeping. That is very, 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 very fucking good. But I like the idea of the Sign of the Sphinx. But I think I might have to lean in on the idea of like more of a frightened immunity, maybe something like that. Okay, this is the one that immediately I'm like, this is the one people are gonna fucking love. Someone already mentioned it earlier. It's the Zelda Energy Beam. Yeah, this was inspired a lot by the Moonlight Greatsword, which is why it's Moon. You can cast Moon and can make attacks with melee weapons by launching an arc of light to a target up to 30 feet away. There we go. An arc of light. And so you just throw the beam, right? I thought that was sick. You could just do that by casting this with Moon, but this doesn't cost anything to do. I mean, does it technically? Could you just do this as like remote? Yeah. But now this is specifically into a melee attack, right? Oh, that's in the song. I heard something like knocking, and I was like, the fuck? Sign of the Thief. You can cast Knock, and when you spend luck on a finesse or stealth check, roll a d10. On a roll of luck, roll of 1, the luck is not spent. Boom. Right? Yeah, it's a very Zodiac move, yeah. Sign of the Tower. Once per day, you can choose to gain an ethereal cloak that lasts for 1 minute. During this time, you reflect damage instances back at the being that damaged you. This occurs before any reductions are calculated, and it ends early if you die. Now, this... Hang on a second. I did this. I wrote this, and there used to be a restriction on it. There was a restriction on it. Why did that get removed? This might have gotten saved, or, sorry, InDesign might have crashed before I was able to save. I've got to remember that. I'm trying to remember what happened. Watched Efficient Master's review last night, bought the PDF and read it today. Absolutely loved it. Oh shit, thank you. Do you still take damage yourself before reflecting it, or is the damage nullified? I'm trying to remember what happened. Check the autosaves just in case then. I have my autosaves clearing out pretty periodically. There is a summoner class, yeah. I need to remember that, and come back to it, because Sign of the Tower used to have a restriction on it. Sign of the Twins, you can cast Ward, and you can speak telepathically to your allies and hear through them telepathically as well, and hear them telepathically as well. Sign of the Warrior, choose a weapon property from either Brutal, Cleave, Keen, or Shield. Weapons you use with one of these properties also have the chosen property. So this is a little bit of the samurai love thrown out to some other people if you decided to go that route. If you wanted to get a Keen weapon and throw shield on it in order for you to like deflect like arrows out of the air, you can. You want it to samurai slash another, yeah. So, or if you wanted to go great axe and crit with it more often, or get brutal on a great axe, you can, right? Keen and brutal are a natural synergy in there. Cleave is just always fun. People love cleave. I don't know what I had for Watcher. Sign of the Wolf is basically just giving you pack tactics. That's the way I thought about that. Going over here. Alright, Zodiac. New class. Well, new. Ported class. So this originally existed. This was originally something I wrote for 5e. And it was, I think, the very last class I made for 5e. Basically, the whole thought process behind this class was I wanted to make you a Saturday morning cartoon, like, anime character, right? So, like, look at some of the inspirations on here. Starfire checks out. The Saints from Saint Seiya. Marika from Elden Ring. This class got to be a real community favorite, but, like, it just didn't really catch on in terms of sales, so I stopped development on it. When you choose a property inside of the warrior, when you choose the sign, yeah. Now, Zodiac, augur magicians that harness cosmic power. Their attunement to the supernatural forces that created the universe allows them to act as seers and harness the power of light. Again, those of you that have seen my Zodiac before for 5e know what this one's about. Even the artwork is trying to hit that vibe, you know. Like I said, Saturday morning cartoon character. You get like magic weapons that have the power of stars, and yeah. The idea was supposed to be that it was supposed to have some kind of a transformation sequence to it, but there were some other mechanics in Vagabond that I think made it work really well. If I may ask, what's the difference between existing flank benefits and pack tactics? You still don't get it? Wait. Existing flank benefits grant... Hang on. The difference is whenever you make the attack, you don't have to be flanking the enemy to get the benefit of the flanking. That's why that's good, right? So, like, if you wanted to be a ranged character, you don't have to be flanking something as long as one of your allies is next to it, right? You'd be down to take another crack at it. At the artwork, we can do a new Zodiac too. Like, I think that would be cool to, because a lot of the artwork there was stuff in it that was from past, like, you know, products and stuff. But yeah, it would be kind of dope to get more, like, yeah. And I do think that this Zodiac feels slightly different. But you'll see in here. So you gain the medium perk and can forego asking questions with it to align yourself. To gain 1 luck per question you forego. Wait. Yeah, wait, what was the... I was trying to remember what was going on. It's the same as strategist. Yeah, that's the strategist is based off of pack tactics. Like, it's based off of 5e's pack tactics. I guess I'm it seems like there's a confusion there that I'm trying to, like, identify where the confusion is. At 6th level, you gain 2 extra luck when you conduct this ritual, regardless of if you forego the questions. Yada yada yada, right? You can make attacks and cast spells using mysticism. Further, you can attune to 2 star signs and can attune to 1 additional star sign for every 3 Zodiac levels hereafter. you have your mana in here that you can use to cast stuff from the star signs. That's how you're going to get your spells, right? Guiding Star, you and any close allies gain a +1 bonus to the result after any favor rolls. When you become an 8th level Zodiac, this increases to near and a +2. Yeah, I'm not totally sure that I'm sold on this one, but we know that it's good. Rising Signs, you can use your action or skip your move to spend 1 luck and change a star sign you are attuned to. This is allowing... Whoa! Laserface, hey, welcome. One thing I would be worried about with this, that I want to make sure you would only gain this benefit once per day. I don't want people to think that this means you can now do Sign of the Mage and like refresh your mana just consistently. Remember, this is a +4 bonus to the maximum mana and a +1 bonus to casting max, and you can't take the same sign, right? Cosmic Anomaly, you can spend 1 luck and attune to 8. Wait. Eight additional star signs for a scene. Boom. Now, actually, I think the easier way to do that there we go. Because it was originally only a +3. There we go. That's the math checking out. Okay, so it wasn't... Yeah, there we go. 3 additional star signs per scene, so up to 8. You get, boom, 1 luck. You can do this. Now, going back into the classes. Okay. Oh, wait, someone was asking about the Ancestries we've added in here. Alright. Centaur. You know what a Centaur is. The traits that they've got, their type is Fey, size is medium. Burden Bearer, you have +2 slots, and beings that are your size or smaller can ride you as a mount. Their inventory doesn't count against your total slots while they mount you. 1 with nature, you're trained with either medicine, survival, or ranged, and then swift, you have a 5-foot bonus to speed. So, 2 really big benefits that you have in here, the +2 to slots, and then the 5-foot bonus to speed are pretty nice. There is the additional training, but the mounting mechanic that's in here, look, if you are gonna do the Centaur Tower, the Centaur Tower, or whatever the hell it is, if you're going to do that, I don't know that it's going to give you many benefits. I don't know that it's going to do that in Vagabond. Maybe you could say that it makes spells more efficient because we're all technically occupying the same space or something like that. I don't know. Until something comes up that makes me think that the Centaur Tower thing is absolutely fucking busted. The benefit of fun is invaluable. Yeah, I think that it's funny. The only time I really get worried is if it just becomes... if it does something it's clearly not intended to do. Like, okay, we mounted everybody, and it was just funny to run in there as, like, a tower of 5 centaurs going in and I don't know. Yeah, sure, if you wanted to do that, whatever. All that's going to make me do, though, is make a stat block of an actual centaur tower and make that a boss monster or something. I don't know. Changeling has not really... It has not really changed all that much from back whenever we were showing it off in the playtests. Yeah, form the centaur, yeah. Add it to the bestiary. Yeah, we'll get... yeah, Maxwell. Yeah. The Changeling. Beguiler, you're trained with influence and have favor on checks to convince other beings you are their ally. Doppelgang, you can use your action to assume the form of a human-like of any appearance you choose while you focus on this trait. Doing so does not transform your equipment or change your abilities. Boom, there we go. That it was made before we did the skip your move mechanic in the game. That's why. If it does get too stupid, then put a limit where centaurs cannot mount other centaurs. Until then, it's funny, and let them Voltron. The Voltron thing is really funny. Again, I don't know that something breaks it. The reason why it got fucked up in 5e is because they added a whole lot of, like, mounting benefits in, I think it was the Cavalier. There was, like, the Cavalier, and there was something else to it. But they also had the, there was the weirdness of potentially... I don't remember how this worked out. I just remember it was a concern. So before this gets quoted on Reddit, and then a bunch of people say, like, oh, Taron's a fucking idiot, because he... Look, this is a thing that I remember getting brought up in discussions about something that might happen with D&D 2024, and I don't remember for sure. This is why a part of why I hate talking about D&D. So, the idea was, in D&D 2024, there was a rule about mounting where suddenly the creature that you mounted, something about its action economy changed. And there was, like, some weirdness about, due to the way that actions refreshed in the game, to where potentially just by mounting something, you technically gave it more actions or more movement or something like that, or like another reaction. And again, like, I'm just saying, this was the read on it whenever it first came out. And it felt really strange that suddenly, just because you hopped on something's back and hopped off, that it could move again and then got another reaction or another action or something like that. Again, like, was it supposed to work that? Oh, I remember. It was like it could take its turn after you. Like, its position in the initiative changed as a result of you mounting it. Or something like that. I don't remember specifically why, what it was. But it was just a really finicky rule. I always thought that the mounting rules in 5e were always really strange, and it led to some interactions that just didn't really make a ton of sense. But yeah, that... Anyways. Fiend. So, yes, hey, if people were like, what is this one? It's the Tiefling, okay? But this, naming it this makes the lawyers happy. So, there you go. Dark Sight. You aren't blinded by dark. Abyssal magics, you know either the burn, frost burn, or gas spell and can cast it with a skill of your choice. Devilish resilience, you reduce damage you take of the spell chosen of your abyssal magic's ability by half your level round up. So this is giving you a slight resistance to either fire, frost, or poison, you know. The mountain rules in 5e were indeed a mess. I didn't know there were mountain rules. Golems. Golems are back. This is like Warforged in 5e, but we rooted them more in like a setting neutral vibe. Okay, some people are going to see this first one and be like, holy shit, that's a detriment. It's a rare detriment. Anti-magic susceptible. If you fail a check against anti-magical effect, you are dazed, CD4. So you're dazed for CD4 rounds if you're in anti-magic. False life. You don't need to breathe. You don't gain fatigue from going without food or water. Constructed body. You're immune to poison, and you have a +1 bonus to armor. Boom. Straight up. Golem seems very good. We had them in playtest. One person played it, and that's part of the reason why it got pulled out, was because it just didn't see a lot of playtests, and I wasn't comfortable putting that in the core rulebook just yet. Grimalkin, these are going to be cat people. For those of you that are asking, are Beast Folk going to come back? Are Beast Folk going to come back? They're coming back. They're coming back. I need to get in on this a bit more, but I knew that writing reflex was going to be a thing I wanted to make as a trait for an ancestry. This is how I would do you don't take falling damage for cats. That's the big deal there. Harpy. So Harpy, I've wanted this to come in as an ancestry for a while. Honestly, it was because I love the design of the Harpies in Against the Storm. And I love them so much as like a player character ancestry that I was like, yeah, I want to make this a thing. This feels, I like the lore behind them a lot. Your main game is inspired off of Titanfall. Big emphasis on hopping in and out mechanics. I spent so long trying to stop that exact issue with action economy. Yeah, it's very strange how it translates to tabletop. So Harpy flight. So this is how ancestries are. A lot of ancestries will be getting flight in the game. While your arms are free and your slots are no more than half occupied, you can use an action and begin focusing to gain fly until your focus on this ability ends. So this ability allows you to focus. You use your action to take off, and then you can fly. So this should help out with a couple different things. Number one, you're not going to be able to cast a spell and focus on it and just go fly up and just be able to cheese grater shit. I think the idea of you having to dedicate your focus to it makes a lot of sense. Especially whenever we start talking later on about some of the variant rules for focus. So we'll get over there here in a bit. Against the Storm is a gem of a game. Love the designs of the creatures there. It is such an underrated like city builder. I fucking love Against the Storm. That game is so fucking good. Yeah, one of the very few games I have bought all the DLC for, because it's that. Yeah, I love the world building that they do in that game, and I was not expecting to love an animal fantasy city builder as much as I love Against the Storm. That game is very sick. Enthralling Song. Your voice counts as a trinket for casting. You know the charm spell, and you can cast it with a skill of your choice. Boom. Why is the polywog there for Pixie? I will figure that out. Kobolds. All right. They get Dark Sight, Pack Instincts. Targets close to your allies are vulnerable to your attacks. Boom. Trap Craft. You're trained in craft and can spend a scene to craft any item worth 1 gold or less with only 5 silver of materials. Items created this way break after their first use. This is a temporary. Boom. Quick. Make a trap. That's what it does. Boom. Right? It's good for the one use, and then it breaks. It is supposed to be a shitty little trap. You meant packed instant. Oh, there you go. Lephis. There you go. Ben Bun. Here's your bunny folk. This should be Beast. Has Drow been published or upcoming? Drow is legally protected. We have elves that will cover that territory. You can't just show me kobold art and not make my lizard brain want to be that silly little guy. Oh, there you go. Jumper. So, you can leap an extra 5 foot horizontally or vertically when you jump. Spry. Your speed is doubled during the first round of combat. I think this is scary good. Swift, you have a 5 foot bonus to speed. They're all about speed. All about speed. This is going to be the fast. I mean, yeah, they're the bunny people. They're fast. You can jump higher. You can jump farther. This one did get play tested. Yeah, Dragoon. Yeah, they're going to be very good with Dragoon. This one did get play tested. And we found some wild shit that people were able to make happen with this and Vanguard, that led to this getting nerfed to the point of where you see it right now. Yeah, this one has been play tested. This is going to get more play test with its current state. But yes, this was needless to say, whenever people were running this with Vanguard and just train wrecking everything, this one got mega nerfed. It was stronger, yes. The jump was, whenever you jump, the distance you can jump is doubled. I'm trying to remember exactly how it all worked out. But basically it just kind of became, I use my jump action to go like 60 feet, and then I'm going to use my move to like go another 30 feet. And then whenever they were doing that with Vanguard, and Vanguard was just pushing shit everywhere, it turned into... Oh, this was James from Legends of Logomancy who broke it in half. Yeah, it was pretty rough. So, Lephis has gotten a slight nerf. And this is... Alright. This is the one that I think is going to make people lose their fucking minds. So yes, Mimic is going to be a playable ancestry in Vagabond. This one has been play tested, and I have a very hard time thinking of how else this might possibly get tweaked. But yeah, it's the boy, yeah, Chum. I don't know what it was. There was like a piece of artwork that Maxwell had submitted that it was this guy, and right next to it, it was like the Mimic was saying "Good day, Chum," and that just kind of became this guy's name. So, oh. There we go. So Mimic traits, Cryptid. So we have that. Dark Sight, you have Dark Sight. Bite, your bite is a D6 weapon with the Brawl, Brutal, and Entangle properties. I think that this... now, the mimicry thing is going to be the thing that everybody fucking loves. Yes. This is going to be the thing that everybody absolutely adores. I'm just going to say straight up, this is really good. I think that this is going to be very, very strong. Like, Mimic Pugilist, I think is going to be kind of wacko. I don't know that it's going to really make Monk crazy, but the bite is very good. Mimicry, you can use your action or skip your move and begin focusing on this ability to morph your appearance into an object of your size or smaller that you have seen until the focus ends. Now, I don't think we need to have this in here. So, you can use your action or skip your move and begin focusing on this ability to morph your appearance into an object of your size or smaller until the focus ends. So, yes, if you wanted to turn into a cup, if you wanted to turn into a, whatever, right? Give that bite to a dog beastkin and you'll be happy. Yeah, it's any object, yes. I'm trying to remember, but there were mimics. I'm trying to remember what the mimic I was thinking of that inspired that. But this is the thing. Mimics in, like, D&D, they don't say that they can only be that one object. Like, it's a predetermined thing. So I always thought it was, like, it could be really cool for a mimic to be a thing that was like a doppelganger for items. Right? Bite can be really good for Revelator. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's only a D6 weapon, but the fact that it has 3 of these weapon properties attached to it is really good. Could you become an arrow and be thrown? Yeah. That's the thing, is like, I want the game to tell you as much as possible. Yes. Can you turn into a piece of ammunition and get fired out of a gun? Sure. Sure. Are you full of gunpowder? Probably not. But, like, is it funnier if you just allow it to happen? Yeah. Like, if we're following the rule of yes and improv, and we're like, yeah, I want you to be able to turn into a bullet and get fired out of a gun, and, like, that's how you're going to launch yourself up over this wall to go raid this castle? Sure. Why not? Potheads become the scourge of my players very quickly with that random dungeon. Dude, I wanted them to just be annoying as fuck, like, jars. Just, like, yeah, I mean, they were inspired by the jars from Elden Ring. But I just wanted to make them, like, stupid little nothing burger minions that could just be overwhelming. And it's like, holy shit, enough with the clay pots. Like, enough with these guys. Becoming an arrow to reposition sounds sick as fuck. Yeah, I love the idea. Or, like, you become a dagger and have someone throw you. You know. With enough mimics, we can shapeshift enough pieces for a ship. What happens to the stuff that you're holding when you morph? Just let it mold into your form. Just let it mold with you. That's fine. Technically, this is only your body that changes. you know, and if we have to cover all these contingencies about like, well, what if, technically this is just saying you, but the thing that's going to make the game run smoother is just to hand wave it and just be like, look, that's like part of your form whenever you're an object right now, just whatever. I think it's a funny restriction though if your equipment has to drop and you kind of have to consider that. So yeah, either way though, it's not really going to bother me how it interacts. How am I probably going to run it? That your stuff drops, but yeah. Okay, so Pixie, there was something else they were supposed to get. They were going to get a spell. I need to figure out what that one was going to be. But, so this is the first small ancestry we're putting in the game. Pixie is going to be a thing. People have been asking a lot for like small and large ancestries. And I don't know about large. I don't really know what we could add that's going to make people go like, yeah, that's like, yeah. I don't know about it. I don't think that it's necessarily going to break too much to add in a large one, but it is a huge amount of space that you occupy whenever you do that. You got to think of it as like a large ancestry, like a large unit in Vagabond is a 10 by 10 area. And like, number one, that's a huge amount of control, but we don't have opportunity attacks in this game, so it's less that we have to worry about there. But it is kind of a detriment in that, number one, you're really easy to flank. It's also like, it's just an odd thing because a lot of dungeons are built for 5 by 5 characters, you know? But, yeah. Are Fey Ancestries not all weak to Cold Iron anyways? I don't think all of them are. I don't think all of them are. But if it was in the stat block that this is based off of, then yes, it is. You thought the Centaur would be the first large ancestry, like in Pathfinder 2nd Edition. I'm surprised. I don't really see Centaurs as a 10 by 10 unit, you know? Like, I mean, I barely really see a horse as a 10 by 10 unit. I mean, a horse should occupy, like, I guess 2 5-foot squares. But it's like being a 10 by 10 unit is, yeah. Now, so Pixie Flight, while your slots are no more than half occupied, you have Fly. Here's their really big detriment. Tiny, your total slots are halved, calculated after any bonuses. So, you do get Flight. We are going to give you a spell. You don't have to focus on this Flight because it's just kind of innate, and it's as long as no more than half of your slots are occupied. But your slots are really limited. So, I'm going to have to figure out some other little perks in here. They're probably going to get Nimble. That just makes sense. But I need to weigh this out, because I don't think that this is quite enough to where a lot of people are going to be super attracted to it. You've seen some people reading it as they are double weak to cold iron because of the metals table. They're double... Oh, I get what you mean, like modifier and modifier. I get that. Okay. I mean, that's not how it's supposed to work. It's just describing that's a typical effect of cold iron weapons. Yeah. Typically, whenever they strike Fey, it deals more damage. Yeah, that's not the intent. Okay, Polywog. These are frog guys. I know that's not a frog. Stick with me here. I got the artwork messed up. Polywog. Frog dudes. Okay? Now. Amphibious, you have swim and can breathe air and water. Oh yeah, they're beast type ancestry. Jumper, you can leap an extra 5 feet horizontally or vertically when you jump. Yep. Pixie that anyways foe clarity. Yeah. So like elves wouldn't be affected by them, just to make sure. What, cold iron? I don't know. If the thing for me is like with the elves, like, look, the game is in print. All right, so like at this point, it just, I don't know, maybe the ancestry is something special. Jumper, you can leap an extra 5 feet horizontally. Yeah, tongue. Okay, you can use your tongue as an attack to grab a small being as a grapple, or an unsecured object of 2 slots or less within 10 feet and bring it back to you. That's a quick, easy, right? You can grab something and pull it to you. Fun, I would hope. The rooks. That is a satyr. The rook is another name that I just came up with for ravens. Yeah. Flutter. You don't take damage from falling if you aren't incapacitated and your slots aren't full. I need to change mimicry because I think that's the name of the other trait over here. Yes. This has got, what do they call this in? Oh god, what do they call this in nature whenever something can like perfectly imitate another sound it's heard? I think they just call it mimicry, but like there's got to be a right, somebody else Google it. I'm streaming. Anybody? We got 90 people in here. We don't have a crow expert. Anybody? Imitate, I guess. Mimicry and action art resembling wait. The action art or an instance of mimicking. No. I'm not looking for the definition of mimicry. I'm looking for what this would mockery. I kind of like that. That's kind of cool. Okay. So they're not going to get a Talon feature, okay? But I'm very curious what else people would want on a crow ancestry. Oh wait, shit, why did I move it over there? You're moving over here. Mockery just sounds fun. Metal detector for your shiny needs. Oh, shit. Wait, how could it do doofy shit with trinkets? That would be the funny thing, right? Beak tool or murder summon ability? No, not quite like that. I mean, we could just give it a skill training from either like craft or influence. Craft attack or influence. Built-in resourceful, but for trinkets. That is super funny. What if hang on. You can just, like, yeah, I just collect random shit. And it doesn't cost me anything to carry it. God damn it, that is super funny. Yeah, not gains a trinket. But just like you can just trinkets just for whatever reason, you can just keep collecting them and nobody knows where the fuck they are. Like yeah, in infinite trinket pockets. Yeah, grab them and shake them upside. Yeah. Hoarder. I like the idea of knickknack as like maybe like collector. But like, come on, this is such a funny, like, the feature name is funny. Paddlewack. That is, I love the ones, I love the, like, abilities that I can kind of, like, come up with that make people read it and just lose their mind laughing. Like, that is goofy as shit. But someone's gonna pick this just because of that feature. They're just like, oh my god, that ability is awesome. Change mockery to paddywhack? What does paddywhack mean? Hang on, I want to make sure I'm not like accidentally putting a fucking slur in my game. And haven't been saying it for paddywhack meaning. A sharp blow, spanking, or state of intense rage. It's a British dialect for a fit of rage. It historically refers to a beating or a sharp smack. Sometimes associated with Irish peddlers. Oh. See, it was fine, and then they had to throw in, like, oh no, well, it was used against this group. QC abilities are the best. That's the thing, is like, I think someone's gonna see it and they're gonna be like, oh, that is awesome. I have to have that. Like, I have to take that. Having a minion mimic transform into a trinket in your pocket for free, and the frog stealing it. There you go. Okay, so I think that has to stay. I think that's a real big win, and it's actually a useful mechanic. Okay, Satyr. All right. Fey weaknesses. You're weak to damage from cold iron weapons. Okay, this will. There we go. Magic ward. So, I don't know that this can exist, but it's what people have kind of become accustomed to with satyrs. So, we're gonna see. The first time you are unwillingly affected by a cast action each round, you have favor on the save. It is not as good as 5e's Satyr. It is not as good as Magic Resistance, but it's really pretty damn strong. What's the vibe? Crystals have great memory. How about something like you always remember the names and faces of people you interact with? So I, as a GM, can say my players have no guilt. I try to make sure that there is mechanical weight to it. I rarely will introduce a feature that is kind of just a facelift, you know. Quite strong, but having that weakness is definitely increasing the budget. Like, this can go. There we go. You can use magical instruments as trinkets. Further, you know either the charm, sleep, or fear spell, and you can cast it with a skill of your choice. Actually, this should go up also on Pixie. Boom. And I think for them to get Fey Magic, Nimble, and Pixie Flight, that really makes up for the fact of them getting Tiny. Tiny's rough. That's a real big detriment. Why would the doesn't have to be insanely strong as 5? Yeah, some planes are just permanently good. Yeah. Alright. So the Varmmy, these are rodent, like rat dudes. Now they're getting need some lizardman race that isn't dragon. Also, I noticed they weren't in the monster list either. Yeah, I haven't. I'm still wrapping my mind around all that. Like the lizardman thing is like I was researching it a bit, and I know not everybody immediately makes this association with like lizardmen and all that stuff. But I've seen some stuff that makes me want to do a little bit more research into them before I add them. Mostly because they've commonly been used as like an analog. I'm trying to remember. I was a bit worried about where was this? There was some worries I had whenever I first started reading into it about how lizardmen have been used as an analog for like inferior, like racial essentialism kind of shit. So I haven't added them yet. And it was mostly a reptilian conspiracy theory. Yeah. For me, I kind of think that this is sort of one of those like worry trolling things where I think that like I don't really think that there's actually a problem there, but I wanted to do the research into it before I included it as a like just to be like, I'm just trying to double check, you know. It's like, what are the rules in graphic design about like there's two things you have to make sure your logo doesn't look like a dick or a swastika. You just want to make sure that you're not throwing like swastikas in your game, you know. Were that the case, I also doubt the best response for that would be to make them awesome. Well, so a few other things with that are like, yes, every single time that we add in a new ancestry, you have to think about how it affects the art budget. Okay. We're thinking about art budget. Some of it we're thinking about page count. Wait, definitely overplayed. This isn't a Hadesy situation like how 5e bungled hard. The Hadesy situation was a unique set of like horrible circumstances that led to a wow fucking super tone deaf product, right? The Hadesy situation was the kind of thing that like most people with common sense will be able to catch. Also, like, I think that situation is a prime example of how even with sensitivity readers, that doesn't mean that, like, you just get a pass and, like, yes, the thing that you made isn't racist, because, like, they even hired sensitivity readers for that fucking book, and I'm honestly a bit, like, meh on sensitivity readers as a whole at this point. I've heard of way too many times of some people just using that label as a like, let me get a cheap and easy gig, and then like my name can get put in this big product, and I don't really have to do much of any work. I think that this is mostly a dead or dying dead or dying profession, I guess. And then someone's going to click that initially and then go over. I don't know. I'm shadowboxing someone here now at this point. I don't really... Look, if you're not writing a book that's like, okay, Coyote and Crow, I could see how some people are going to be like, hey, you know what? We should probably get a good read on this from someone who's like a cultural consultant, right? If you're going to do something like, let's say, Flames of Freedom. Oh, it's Zweihander, but in like very like Civil War. I think it's either Civil War or Revolutionary War. And it's like, hey, slavery. It's probably going to be a theme. All right, well, how are we going to tackle this? You know, like that's, yes. But ultimately, at the end of the day, just because you brought someone in to like say, well, our thing isn't racist, doesn't mean that you're not going to potentially catch some heat for printing something that, you know what I mean? Like that's kind of where that's at. I don't. It tends to go like one of two ways. Either they don't do shit and someone manages to get something into your goddamn game that is abhorrent, right? Or they go way overkill and then you get the Candela Obscura situation, right? Where like the game seems terrified to say anything incorrect and is very moralistically grandstanding about how correct they did Eldritch Horror without the racism. And it's like, it just generally affects the quality of the book, you know? Especially whenever the game tries to preach at you like that. It's very strange. You like the lizard brain roleplay of them mentally. Playing a lizard guy like Drax in Guardians of the Galaxy is peak entertainment for you. The racist views were linked to lizard folk because of the cannibalism stuff. Genuine question. No, that's the thing, is I don't really remember. I remember at one point as I was looking into it, there was something brought up about how, was it their depiction in Conan? Or am I just totally... What was it? Lizardmen in the Aztec Empire. So they were originally inspired by Aztec, like, aesthetics. I'm trying to remember. Oh, like they were some kind of a analog for Aztecs, at least in their depiction, like pre-US or something like that. And like I guess with that, it could potentially be viewed as a anti-South American thing. I that's the thing, is like I don't know. And I would just rather not like open that can of worms at the moment until I like looked into it more, and it's just not at the top of my priorities right now. But yeah, you have Cajun Gator folk in most of my homebrew settings too. Yeah. Hey, you see, why don't you just come around right over here and just sit in my mouth for a second? Yeah. Mama always said gators was mad because they got all them teeth and no toothbrush. Holy shit. Dude, Waterboy is still one of those fucking all-timer movies. Jesus Christ. I feel like I rewatched it sometime last year, and I just got oh man, Adam Sandler had a minute there where he was just unfucking stoppable. Guarantee. Yeah. Get her maybe tossing around that old death roll bite. Dude, that was one of the things that like I wish that they had included on like the crocodile like stat block, was the death roll. For the first time ever catching a stream, finished your D&D campaign last night. My players are super keen to swap over to Vagabond for a long-term hex crawl campaign. You ran Caustic Caves as the demo and it was a hit at the store. Hell yeah! Thank you, Norm from HR. I appreciate that. I'm glad to hear you guys are checking my game out. Gator people. Gator people would be sick. Is there a turtle ancestry? There was the Kea at one point during development. We even have the artwork for him and everything. Wait, I've already got the artwork for it. Why don't we bring that over? What are we looking at page count real quick? Hang on, let me take a look. I forgot this song just literally has the Dark Souls menu open sound. 3.56, 3.625, so this needs to come up. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what they need to be called. Wait, do you just press the luck and see, like, do y'all really what's the turtle dudes, I'm trying to dodge turtle. I'm trying to dodge any names that, like, Wizards of the Coast might get pissy about. Sheldons. No, not Ninja. Heroes in a Half Shell. Scoots? A scoot? Like this? What is a scoot? Is that a name for turtles? A thickened, horny, or bony plate on a turtle shell or the back of a crocodile. It's the name of their shell segments. It's a scoot. What do you want to play? Oh, I'm a scoot. Little scooters. Scoot is a baby as of yet named race. I think Scoot is funny. He's a Scoot. Sounds cute until it bites her arm off. Yeah, they changed to YouTube instead of Twitch because Twitch is hating you. Well, like, the weird thing is, like, I've noticed that Twitch's quality for their videos looks really good for streaming. But YouTube's connection is just way more consistent. And the only times I've ever gotten dinged for, like, oh, there was the goddamn, do you guys... Okay, there were some people... There's enough people here in chat that might remember. Do you remember the day... It turned out I was actually getting... I was getting in trouble because of the music that we were playing. I think it was a day that, like, we were looking at... Like J-pop, like... I think, like, city pop stuff. And YouTube kept taking my stream down. But it was a coincidence that, like... There was something came up that made me say Israel. And whenever I said Israel, like, the stream went down, and it was just, like, a big coincidence. But we were, like, I was up over on Twitch, and not on YouTube, and we were like, what the fuck is happening? And then it came back up, and I was like, wait, what the fuck was that? And, like, it just so happened that my Spotify played a song that was, like, some kind of like, I don't know, like anime opener or something like that. And then I was like, was it really because I said Israel? And then it happened again? Oh my god, that day was fucking surreal. I was sitting here literally like, wait, oh my god, wait, what? What the fuck? What the fuck? And like, yeah. Yeah, no, I swear, no, I'm trying to remember. If someone can find the stream where that happened, please let me know. But god damn it, that was so funny. It'd be funny if the stream dropped out now. Yeah, no, I know, right? God, if I had timed it better, I would have tried to end stream there just for the fucking joke, but I had it's gone now. No, but yeah, it was all simply because of like a DMCA thing where like YouTube put me on a pause for like 3 minutes or whatever, or like 10 minutes or something, because we had played like copywritten content. But it was just a coincidence that it just happened like in the conversation where I had mentioned like Israel, and then just by saying that, suddenly the stream went down, and it was like, what the fuck? That would be, oh man, that would be such a great, like, fucking tweet, right? Like, does anyone know why Taron's stream got DMCA'd for mentioning potentially anti-Semitic shit? I thought it was a design stream for game content. What happened? Oh man. Okay, what these guys would get. Terra is a prefix attributed to turtles. So a Terra Scoot. Yeah, sure. I think the thing to do here would be to give enough of a, like a skim of what the ancestries for like beast folk would be, and let people kind of pick and choose to make their own homebrew out of them. You know what I mean? Where it's like, hey, this is not official, but, or I mean like, here's the stuff that we've made that you can pull from in order to try and make your ancestry work, you know? Instead of saying, we're literally going to go in and, wait. You have a +1 bonus to armor. Like, this is already really good. It would be cool if they had a skip your move feature to reference turtles being slow. Like, you have swim and can breathe air and water. Yeah. Musician and TTRPG designer. Yeah, the stream is taken down after discussing Israel while J-pop plays in the background. Yeah, but like anyone who's been around my streams for a long time would see that and be like, yeah, that checks out. Oh shit. So increase it to make a total of 3 or become +2 instead? No, increase it. There you go. If they have a natural shield, what about not needing a shield to have hinder while blocking projectiles? Oh! Ooh, wait. That was freaky. Wait. Do a mutant thing, you have the shield property. Yeah, it's just, you have the shield property. I don't like this now. You can skip your move to gain a +1 bonus to armor for the round. But they have a natural penalty to speed? Nah, I think the idea of you can skip your move giving you a benefit is interesting. No, we're not just making it Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. You can skip your move to gain a +1 bonus to armor for the round. That's kind of boring. Hey. What's the matter? What's wrong? What's the matter? Nah, not reflect damage. That's too magical. If it's CD4 for the 1 round, how would that work? Yeah, whenever this die runs out, you don't have the damage reduction anymore. This was just, I was thinking about how that works, and If you make it so that Scoots have the shield property, does that work with the bully perk? Would they be a great club with shield? Like you roll it and that's your reduction for the round? No, it's every time you would take damage, you roll the d4. And if it rolls a 1, so it's a 25% chance that like you don't have this feature for the rest of the round. But otherwise, it's like you have armor 2.5, which is good. You are sacrificing your move to get a d4 damage reduction for the round. Maybe. Like, you need to go outside? Is that the deal? You need to go outside? Are you just bored because I've been streaming for 4 hours? Yeah. Hang on a second, let me see. You see, do these help? See, I was told I should start trying to wear like blue blocking glasses whenever I'm doing work. But like, these are reflecting so much shit now that it's not like a bit to try and look cool for stream or anything like that. I mean, they do help, but like, I'm just reflecting everything off my glasses. That looks horrible on stream. Now my contact is fucking up. No, but they do look cool. Well, shit. Thank you. You should be. I think you should be stuck in it. No. This might not be the gas. Hi. Look at him. Wait, can you see him? Oh, chat's covering it up. Bud. Hey. You want to say hi? His little face. Yeah, hi. Are you gonna go eat? Are you gonna go eat? Maybe. Look at you. It's too dark out, dude. We can't really go outside. Oh, Apollo's adorable. Yeah, he's the best. Still on screen. Wait, what? You fucking... Wait, how long... How... Are you just lurking in... Have you been lurking this whole time, Claudia? I just saw your text. Oh, that's funny. Well, thank you. Oh, there you are! Yeah, is he... Oh, he's just... Paulo. Paulo. Can we... Hey, bud! Wait, you want to see... Ready? There you go. Show the world your cute tricks. Come on. No, you don't. Come on. No? No? Oh my god, he usually barks immediately when I do that. Alright, fine. He's being difficult today. Oh, wait. Oh, did I get my greasy-ass fingers all over the microphone? Or microphone camera? I know how that happened, but I'm just shocked that, like, my brain didn't... Yeah, camera strike, I know. Paulo. You not do it? He usually always barks. Yeah, he knows he's being watched, yeah. Totally, I'm like, yeah. Well, and I've got... This is what I can't wait for. I have a boom stand over here that's going to make it to where this isn't so fucking cluttered on the screen. And my desk. I cannot wait for this new desk to come in tomorrow. Oh my god. This room is going to look so much better. And I'm going to actually have like a good preamp. Oh my god. If you guys think like the audio sounds good on here right now, it's going to sound so much... That would be so funny if it was actually going through my fucking webcam mic this whole time. Oh man. Okay, couple reasons why I'm not sold on this. Maybe features about turtles' 2 bladders? You only have to piss once a day? Like what are you... You've got me up while you do silly little tasks. Aw. Wait, turtles have 2 bladders. I think that's like one of the least weird things about that animal. Withdraw sounds like a good monster ability. Possibly. I think that if it was designed for like a monster, it would be like this. Like, this seems like a really good weakness. This is a... Like, that's a really good monster ability. Because there's a weakness kind of baked into it, right? There's like a little bit of a counter. And there's like a fun little interplay kind of going in with that. I really like that. Okay, you guys want to see one of the most fucking frustrating boss mechanics I've ever seen? I say frustrating. I love this game. Slight spoilers for Mugenics, okay? Okay. I really like this game. A lot. I really like Mugenics. There's a lot from it that I absolutely adore. This fight is... Wow. Let me see here. Alright. Is it the graveyard boss? No, I actually like the Zodiac. I actually really, really like that fight. It's the fucking man on the moon. Okay. Couple of good things about Mugenics that have this going in its favor. Number one, if you read, like, if you look at the monster descriptions and things like that, they actually tell you how they operate. So, I could have just done that to figure this out. But I want to see if you guys can figure this out just from this guy playing, how this boss is supposed to get defeated. He is a fuck. This guy is rough. Okay. So, if you walk directly in front of him, he'll eat you. He'll just eat you. What the heck is Mugenics? Claudia, I was telling you about this game the other night. It's like fucking Baldur's Gate, but with cats and gross out humor. It's great. Okay, so this guy is... That's the main enemy, and then he's got these 2 hands. Now, as I was trying to just play it, I was trying to figure out what this did. Or like what his supposed mechanic was. Because I was noticing, hey, I'm not doing shit for damage to him. And I can't figure out how the fuck I'm supposed to actually kill this guy before exhaustion sets in. And yeah. Okay. So what you're supposed to do, the hands, if you hit them from the front, will turn away from you. If you hit them from the front or from the sides, they will turn away from you. And if you hit him from the back, the hands charge. And he has this mechanic called Brace. So Brace reduces all physical damage by the amount of Brace he has. And he has 10 Brace. So basically, all of the damage you're doing to him just doesn't do shit unless you chest move his hands around to hit himself. Wait. You can command it from the inside? Wait, what? That's a thing you can do? Hold up. You have one of them swallowed and you can spend mana so you can, like, just make it automatically hit him? I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you could fucking do that. Because usually you've got to hit him. Wait, you can just come, there's a thing you can do. Yeah, so you hit it right there, it turns away from you. And then he's going to use this other cat. Oh, okay, I thought he was. That was a bad move. Oh. And then he uses this cat to hit it, right? Because if that cat hits it, it'll just ram right into his face. Yeah, boom, like that. I didn't know that. Fucking, oh my god. I was just sitting here lobbing shit at it and I was like, wait, all my attacks are doing like 1 damage. I used the Necromancer and surrounded him with like 8 leeches and it still wasn't doing shit. And I was like, oh my god, wait, exhaustion's about to track in and I can't, what the fuck do I do here? And I started reading the descriptions of the enemy stuff and it was like, oh, it tells you how to beat them right there. And by that time it was a fucking blown run with a goddamn awesome team too. I'm still upset about that. But Mugenics, it's like Pokemon meets Into the Breach meets like XCOM-esh Fire Emblem with Baldur's Gate. It's so good. I can't, yeah. Mugenics, it's great. If you're down with the humor that it's throwing out, it's great. Also, the people that they have doing voiceover work for it is like, I couldn't believe the cast that he has on this. One thing to remember is that most of this game and everything that was recorded happened in like 2016. But he kept in a lot of people who I'm like, wow, that's crazy that he went through with that. Now, most of this cast is just like, oh, sick, whoa, they're in here, that's crazy, right? People have been going through to try and catalog. And by the way, these people are all just going like, meow, purr, meow, meow. Like, that's all they're doing, right? So it's not like crazy voiceover work. But they're in here doing just stupid cat voices and stuff. I had one the other day that my cat suddenly said, it's got a little bow on top. And I was like, what the fuck was that? And so, like, whatever they sent him for the prompts, they just used, okay? So, I mean, Tom Pulp from Newgrounds, yeah. Florian Hemsel from, on Isaac. A lot of other, like, friendly game devs and everything like that. YouTubers and streamers, like Aaron Hansen is on here, iDubbbz, Michael Reeves, Stephanie Sterling, Lily Pichu, Markiplier, H3H3, H-Bomber Guy, Vsauce, Germa, Moist Critical, Windigoon, Dax Flame, Corpse Husband, Rubber Ross, Game Maker's Toolkit, Red Letter Media, I don't know who Dead Meat is, Cupquake, Mega64. Okay. Fucking Christian. Fucking Chris Chan is on here. Sir Palo, Stinky Blue Rat. I don't know. Javroni Mike. I know I've heard the name. Chills. Yes. Swagger Souls is on here. Boogie 2988. Ricky Berwick. I love Wang. Pay Money Wubby. Like Max Mofo, Philly, and I mean Meat Canyon, Emiru, the Oxcast. I mean, like, dude, there are so many goddamn people on here just from YouTubers and streamers. But wait, the only one you can say for sure should be removed is Chris Chan. I could say if you got rid of Chris Chan, I'd be like, you know what? I can see how in 2016, 2018, it's like, this would be really goddamn funny to have in there. With it being a game, you could patch out Chris Chan, and I think people would understand why. I also, like, I would understand why people would be really upset that Will Stamper's involved. But again, this was all probably recorded, like, 15-ish years ago. As someone that was like an old like Sleepcast like listener, and like I grew up on Newgrounds, all right, I can see why there's a lot of names that are in here. But Will Stamper is one of the ones that I'm like, I would also understand if they removed Stamper. I think Stamper's kind of on a rehabilitation course now. I mean, I think Stamper's had some issues with meth in the last, like, 5 years that have led to a lot of crazy, crash outs on social media. But I've heard that Stamper's trying to rebuild and get his life back. So, I maybe. But, like, Felicia Day's on here. David Firth. Wait, Salad? Isn't it Salad, like SALAD? Okay. Zach Hadel. Fucking Zach Hadel, Tomar, Duncan Trussell? Like, okay, these are all crazy. And then you see David Harbour. Okay. David Harbour's on here. I also saw... Where was it? Froggy Fresh is wild to see on here. It is Salad Fingers instead of Salad. Okay. Bobcat Goldthwait. We don't know who these names are. He has his family. Peach McMillan in this game is adorable. She just like the little tiny meow. Oh my god, it's so funny. And then, what was it? Musicians. Fucking Rivers Cuomo from Weezer? Logic is in the game? Like, Gino Samuel? I thought Joji was in it. This! He got the fucking guy who did the Tonetta, I feel fantastic, the weird robot thing. He fucking got in touch with the old man who made the robot for Tonetta and got him to do voices in here. Like, fucking, oh, dude, this is a crazy voice cast, and apparently he's adding more. Like, after seeing people's reactions to, like, the insane voice cast that was in here, he's gonna be adding more, like, special celebrity appearances in the DLC. Like, what the fuck? At least he didn't ask Kanye. I mean, you know, and at least there's that. But, yeah, no, I am blown away with this. And, like, the game is so goddamn good. Greg Cicero from The Room. Yeah, I think there's going to be even more, like, just spill out. Because I don't think they've discovered every single voice actor. I thought there were still some that people were discovering. And, yeah, but it's, dude, the voice cast is insane. And, the game is so goddamn good. But yeah, that, like, talking about a slightly frustrating mechanic for a boss that I was like, this didn't seem super intuitive. I would have had to really read what was going on. However, I can also see the response of, well, whenever you saw the hands would fly at you, and you were somewhat in control of that, why didn't you trying to get the hands to hit the face? Okay, I get that too. I'm trying to think of another boss fight where I was like, this had a really super interesting mechanic. And okay. Someone tell me good boss gimmicks. What was a really good boss gimmick from a game that you remember? Because I'm here. Not the ancient dragon. The ancient dragon from fucking Dark Souls 3. I don't think that was a great gimmick. Man, I am like really. Yeah, no, yeah. Zelda doesn't really get a win here because that's a really lazy gimmick. I'll just say, but they're making the game mostly for. I mean, it is mostly a child-friendly game. This is World of Warcraft. Great boss gimmicks. Demon Wall? I don't know that I would say Demon Wall from Final Fantasy had a great gimmick. What is this? Oh, what makes a terrible gimmick boss? Yeah. I love From Software, but, yeah, Celestial Emissary was kind of dumb. Oh, never mind. Worst boss gimmick I've ever run into. Dude, if any, like, whoever came up with Bed of Chaos, I feel like this fight has to be studied to see just how insufferable you can make combat. Like, I know a lot of you guys have probably played Dark Souls. I mean, you're in my community, you know that, like, I'm a big Dark Souls fan. I listed it and everything in the inspirations for Vagabond. Let me find, did someone just do the fight? Someone just show me the fight. Okay. This gimmick sucks. It really sucks. First off, you're going into this boss arena already. Like, let's just diagnose why this is rough, okay? You go into this boss arena, already you're having to run a pretty long ways from what I remember from the last bonfire. I don't know if the remaster put in a bonfire, like, right before this one, but it definitely deserved it. You go in here, you go down this long slide to get to it, and then while you're here, parts of the arena will get destroyed. And you're supposed to go over, yeah, you hit these orbs, hit the glowing thing, do the damage, and all of that. Except, parts of the arena are about to start getting destroyed. And like... Here, we'll speed this up, because this animation takes forever too. So, parts of the arena start getting destroyed once you piss this thing off. And you gotta look out, because if you fall into those pits, oh yeah, and its attacks have knockback. So if you fall into those pits, there's no getting back up. And they will just fall out from underneath you. And remember, there's not great jumping in Dark Souls, so this is not really super easy to avoid. Now this guy's going to go over and get into a corner and just kind of cheese it a little bit. And remember, I've got this basically doubled on speed. Like, I have it basically doubled for all these animations and everything. Anything with knockback can absolutely get fucked. Yep, and that thing can just fall out from right in front of you. You've got to jump up on that to get over into here. And then stab in at the bed. So, like, once you do that, the fight's over. But it's not an enjoyable experience. You know, and they have so many great bosses in this game, like, in the series, that, like, I love Gaping Dragon. A lot of people really hate Gaping Dragon. I think that fight is sick. Am I still streaming? Yeah, I'm here for a little while. It is 8:25. Shit. Dance fights are great. I love when my action game becomes a rhythm game. That's why I think so much of Dark Souls works really well. So many of the Elden Ring bosses are really more of a rhythm than it is a, like, straight up brawl, you know? I will say, after you guys saw me fighting Melania on stream with the Pugilist build, like, looking back on it, it's a great fight. But good God, you have to get so much of this shit perfect. And there was a time where she was just unplayable. She was, the way her lifesteal was working was just triggering whenever she would hit, not if she made contact with you. So whenever she would make an attack, it would just refill her life bar. And you, like, legitimately, it was like she was 20 times harder than she was supposed to be. And, like, a lot of this is really easily predictable rhythm. This is not the speed at which this fight usually goes. Right? Like, a lot of these moves are really well telegraphed. And, like, you'll see she'll bring this up. That means she's going to go up in the air. Boom. Come down. Boom. Right? Really easily telegraphed. Now, this move is the fucking... It's guesswork. Waterfowl Dance, I mean, I know, like, everybody's probably fucking talked this thing up, and I love that it's, like, the most replayed section of it. It's weird how this one fucks with the habits you built up playing this game. Because, like, the best move that you can actually do here is dodge in. Or, I mean, this guy's choosing to run the fuck away as far as he can, and I get that. But a lot of this game is trying to train you to back up away from it. But honestly, a lot of Elden Ring is made so much easier whenever you dodge into it. And this is one of the fights in where, like, dodging into her, it makes a lot of sense. But, like, boom. There. And see, whenever you're dodging in, you're, like, in this little bubble. But, like, that bubble will move and just kind of chew you up if you dodge too far. It's, like, it's weird how it works. But the fight is good. Like, see, he got the rhythm wrong on this. But now I'm going to guess she's going to do the dash in? No. Because you can bait out certain moves, too. And, like, that's cool whenever you feel like you have some kind of agency over the fight, too. Boy, he's not great at dodging that one. And that one's another one that it's a lot easier to dodge into instead of back away from. Boy, this guy is Really just letting her fucking wail on him, huh? Okay, there you go. And he did not take advantage of that crit. Boy, howdy. Oh, this guy must just have a huge vigor score because, yeah, that... Wait, what? How long is this second phase for him? The second phase is great. I love the second phase more than the first phase, actually. Dodge it. Get away! Get away! Like... He just fucking tanked it. Oh, he did mimicked here. Okay. Alright, fine. I can see why the next half of this fight is barely much of anything. Boy, yeah, he is just letting this eat him up, huh? Well, I guess when you go full bleed build, then it's whatever. Okay, well, like... Part of the reason why I really dig this fight is the rhythm of it. I do really like you were saying, whenever it does feel like a little bit of a dance, like there's that kind of exchange. Oh, later, Dragonhorde, thanks for hanging out, man. It's good seeing you. Hope to see you at TokenCon. Now, oh, man, ooh, hold up. Wait, you have a plus and bonus to armor, and ignore hinder on block checks against range attacks. Wait, Wait, is crit protection on the table? No, because enemies can't crit in Vagabond. Hang on. Ugh. Okay. You have a plus one bonus to armor, and you count as wielding a shield for the purposes of block checks against range attacks. And you count as wielding a shield. Okay, so... PvP has entered the chat. I mean, I'm gonna assume that's not the way 99.9% of people are really playing Vagabond. First time getting in here, love the game so far, dude. Hey, I appreciate it so much, Robert. Thank you. Enemies can't crit attack, but you can crit block. How about reducing the crit block value by 1? Critting on a 19 with an endure check. I don't really feel like that's evoking the feeling of a shell. I think that this does. I would also worry about how that's going to interact with Samurai. The 0.01% are the players playing in a battle royale against other systems wizards. Right, and I'm also not accounting for how Vagabond Initiative works against those wizards, and Vagabond Statuses works against those wizards, and that was a fucking wild that was a wild experiment. Shelmarai would be strong, yeah. My players are little shits, so they steal from and attack each other all the time. As long as it doesn't get personal, it resolves pretty quick. That's I think that most of the time whenever people are doing that, it tends to be such a frustrating way to play at the table that like those tables tend to not just not last long. I mean, personally, my experience has been, yeah, it ended so much faster than I thought. Yeah, well, I mean, like, fucking apparently a first level wizard in Pathfinder can basically warp reality, and the Dungeon Crawl Classics wizard just has an insta kill button. I felt less bad about the fact that like I could always go first in initiative because of the way that Vagabond's initiative works. Whenever Bob pulled out the biblical plague spell at first level that had like a DC 44, I was like, oh, okay, I'm not going to feel bad about doing 14 points of damage to Skylar. Yeah, whenever I said disintegrate and they went, what? And I was like, fuck you guys just pulled out warp reality and summon apocalypse at first level. And you're looking at me weird for saying I disintegrate? What? In fairness, my players are all friends and we know not to let it get out of hand. At new tables, though, they mind their manners because it can be a no-no for a lot of people. Session 2 stuff for sure. Yeah. I'm certain that you've said it before, but you have an ETA for print run 2, March 22nd. You really love to get a physical copy, but you missed the Kickstarter. Yes, March 22nd is March 26th is the, I kind of said this earlier on, but it sounds like there was an issue at the port in China. We were expecting to have them in around February 10th. They told me that there was some kind of issue, and they got delayed by a month. So they're supposed to be getting in on March 26th. They are hitting American shores on like March 14th, but they told me not to expect them until the 26th. For all of the pre-orders, we're trying to send out all of the pre-orders and get all of that done by April 1st. So hopefully, like there's about 980 standing orders. Those will all be fulfilled before April 1st. That is the plan. And in case people are worried that we're going to run out, there's like something like I said, whatever, 980-ish pre-orders or something. And I have 1,750 books coming in. So we still have plenty. Is protection from extreme environments on the table? Sure, but I don't really know what it's evoking, right? What was the EU distributor you mentioned, by the way? Pelgrane Press. Actually, this is one of the times where skipping your move is the only thing that kind of makes sense here. Using your action doesn't really make sense, because then you could still technically move. Wait. Okay, now it kind of does. You got a question for me in Discord? Oh, dude, yeah, 1000%. Yeah. Yes, Maxwell, 1000%. You just let me know when you get that going. Hell, I'll even fucking link it everywhere. Yeah, just let me know whenever whenever you get all that going, and we'll make it happen. Perhaps a jaw attack. This is very good. From effects that target you. Wait. You have a +1 bonus to armor, and can use your action or skip your move to retreat into your shell. Doing so reduces your speed to 0 while in the shell, but you reduce all damage you take originating from outside of the shell by d6. Fall prone and reduces your speed to 0 while in the shell, but you reduce all damage you take originating from outside the shell by d6. Does this work like what I think it should? Thought about a jaw attack, but I think it would encourage you to stay at the shell as much as possible instead of making a defensive maneuver of sorts. Because, like, this is a gimmick, but is it... I mean, yeah, it's reducing damage you take. What if this was... Hang on. Doing so causes you to fall prone and reduces your speed to 0 while in the shell. But you... Because that does a lot of the same stuff I was thinking. Just pre-ordered 2026 in a GM screen. Shit, thank you. Thanks for the info. Seriously, having the most fun you've had in a long time with your product. Keep it coming. Ah, shit, thank you so much, Robert. Oh, I just saw it too. Aw, thank you. Isn't it turning into the prime choice for tanks like that? Possibly. Although you can't really move to tank. Hang on. I want to take a look at something real quick. Is this... I think Crow might have just dropped a video that I'm in. I might not be really active on the YouTube channel right now, but I am sure as shit showing up in a lot of people's stuff. Is it... Wait, he just said new video. Wait, what? Wait, Crow, when's the last... Wait, why does it say 5 months ago was your last video? Didn't you just record one, like, not long ago? Put Guardian Angel and intercept on that baby and use a long weapon, and now you may not even need to move. What if... Wait. This would stack on a pass check. You ignore the highest one, and then it goes to the next one, and you would ignore that one too. But you are... This isn't good. This isn't good. Things are just going to ignore you. This is actually a really terrible feature. If we're talking about in all reality, is anything going to even attack you if you're down there in the shell? No. If the DM is basically just running the AI as it says for the frontline zone kind of a thing, then sure. But yeah, if you can't take damage and you can't do anything, they're just going to ignore you. So this is not good. That would be the reason why I would say removing the withdraw thing. A bite grapple while withdrawn is counter to being ignored. Spinning shell attack, no balls. You can already just do that. Ignoring hindered on range attacks gets a shell flavor. Yeah. Shell into a thorns effect. Then again, that's the thing though, is like people are just gonna stop attacking you. You have a +1 bonus to armor, which you can increase to the round to +2 by skipping your move. Hang on. Maybe an idea to represent the wisdom turtles tend to be given immediate and myth, study eye interaction or something. Well, sorry. We tend to make this only biological traits, if possible. And is the vibe that you want it to be shell equals armor, maybe add a type of taunt with his tongue where he's going to invite people to attack in certain spots? This is the thing. Okay, so the thing is, we don't want to spell out a synergy immediately, like in the class. We want to give people bits and pieces to build synergies with their ancestry and their class or their perks or whatever with, right? So we don't want to just give you everything on the platter and be like, this is how you need to play this specific ancestry all the time. We do this because people still might be like, wait, I could be a pretty tanky wizard if I took that, right? Instead of it going like, you are always going to be a tank because the ancestry said basically doing anything else is just terrible. If you wanted to build out like that high whiz, you know, character, like, you know, wisdom turtle kind of a thing, you could. Like the Draken. Okay, yeah. Jaw attack to use outside the shell. Don't have the entangle trait, so you can grab good for a more tank-oriented or more CC-based fighter playstyle. Do all... I mean, okay, so I've seen the jaw attack come up a couple times. Is that just the way turtles always hunt? Okay, so it's a pretty general thing. The jaws are actually vicious. I know, I'm from Oklahoma. Like, we have alligator snapping turtles here. I'm very aware. What about give them sturdy from dwarf? That's not a bad move. The thing is, like, most animals can bite. So the kind of question there becomes, why don't all beast folk have some kind of a bite attack? Right? Wait. How bad is the snapping turtle bite? Yeah, that can fuck up your hand. God, and I forget. I mean, like, dude, just don't fuck with alligator snapping turtles. It's crazy how much that's just an instant amputation. It's the strongest bite of the turtles. What, the alligator snapper? Because claws need their claw, or cats need their claw attack, yeah. God, yeah, dude, these things are fucking monsters. I'm trying to be careful about, like, not showing some of this on stream. Dude, yeah, like, I mean, and I am in prime alligator snapping turtle territory. These things are fucking crazy scary. I think I would rather deal with... There's very few things in nature I would... Man... If I were told either you have to fight a fucking water moccasin or like an alligator snapping turtle, I'm taking the water moccasin. Or like... I'm trying to think of... There's very few things in nature around here I would rather not fuck with than an alligator snapping turtle. Maybe some of those boars, like... Man... Okay, you tell me. Would you rather, if you had to get into a fight with one, alligator snapping turtle in the water, or a goddamn boar from Arkansas? I mean, like, this shit is within 30 miles of me, usually. I mean... I do think I'm most likely trying to fight the turtle at that point. But, like... Jesus, that scared me. Holy fuck. That's a huge boar. Dude, I mean, this is... Like, this is a feral boar. I'd rather lose an arm than my life. Yeah, like... I guess if that's a way to... I mean... A boar will kill you. A boar will fucking kill you. An alligator snapping turtle easily could kill you. But I think you're most likely... You're most likely going to be able to get away from the alligator snapping turtle. Rattlesnakes will leave you alone? Yeah, most snakes won't fuck with you. Most snakes don't. I will say though, like, as much as I've seen about, like, snakes leaving you alone and everything like that, yeah, most of them do, vipers and all that stuff. Cottonmouths, I have seen, okay, I've seen this go a couple different ways. If you're on the land, like, here living in Oklahoma, we go out on the river and all that stuff all the time. If you're on the land, these things typically just curl up in a ball and don't do shit. Like, they typically just sit there in the spiral and they're like, ah, okay, back up. They don't usually want to go after you. But whenever you're out on the water, it seems like they get really territorial. I've been on a raft and I've heard, it will not chase you. On the land, I swear I have seen these things chase you on the water. Not just that, but whenever you're swimming, if you try to get down underwater, I've seen them duck their heads under. Like, I don't know, man. Like, most snakes are like rattlesnake isn't gonna chase you. It's not gonna chase you. There was one I even saw, like, hang on, rattlesnake. And then there was a jogger who, yeah, okay. This is what most rattlesnakes will act like. Okay? Here you go. This is what, like, 99% of rattlesnakes are going to act like.
What's up?
Yep.
Oh, it's all good. It's a rattlesnake. I'll just go over it. All right.
If you don't fuck with them and, like, scream and, like, make a huge deal out of it, yeah, they're not going to screw with you. You don't, like, yeah, it's the times people get scared of them, and then they will, like, chase them down with a shovel and shit, and that's how people get bit. You know? Although, what is terrifying is, my uncle had this shed. I say a shed. It was a big barn out in Inola, Oklahoma. And there was a day where he goes out there and says he saw like a 10-foot rattlesnake wrapped up in the rafters up in his barn. That's fucking terrifying. I can't even imagine walking into a building and seeing a rattlesnake up above your head. Yeah, no, at that point, I'm like, okay, he owns that barn now, you know? Yeah, the real threat of rattles is not knowing that they're there, yeah. You got a follow-up question and Dragoon... Oh, wait, really? God damn! Would I be able to share it before? Oh, yeah, yeah, just get me the link, Maxwell. Are you streaming tonight? Because then I could just raid into you. As far as having a snake coiled up in the toilet. That is my ultimate nightmare. Is snake in the toilet. You used to work in the herpetology lab at college. The rattlesnakes were really chill. I've seen a lot of snake videos that I'm like, okay, like, I get how... Oh, later Afro Skeleton. You don't have it set up yet. You know when I'm up and running. Okay, sweet. Yeah, let me know. I've seen plenty of snake videos now that have made me go, okay, like, I still... Is it really a good idea for me to be broadcasting my fears online? Probably not. But, I've always had a big thing with snakes. I cannot explain it. Even the ones that were like, they're safe. They're super friendly and all that other shit. Look, there's a guy, what's the yellow boa? There's a guy here in Tulsa who goes around with this, like one of these things. Okay. Goes around to the bars and he's got one of these things. It's like 2 or 3 people that'll usually go walk with him. And they carry this yellow boa constrictor around. I cannot even begin to elaborate the fucking crazy fear and panic I get whenever I'm out at the bar and that dude strolls in. Part of, like, I just basically don't really go down to the Brady because that seems to be the place that this guy really likes to take this fucking snake to. I have heard that these are chill as fuck snakes. I have heard that the yellow boa constrictors are just super friendly. They don't bite. Like, they are just super predictable, all that other shit. I can't fucking... Oh my god, I can't. I just cannot begin to explain how rough it feels. Yeah. There's just a certain trigger in my brain of like, I can't fucking deal with it. I can't, no. Totally valid. I'd be concerned about that snake because I value my skull not being crushed like a melon on accident. Yeah. You have a dog phobia, so you can relate to the chilling then thing you're scared of rolls up. Yeah, like, again, is it a phobia? Sure. That's the reason it's a phobia, right? Like, there's been so many people that have tried to do, like, oh, exposure therapy and all that other shit, you know? Like, hang out with the snake for a second, let it, like, you know, whatever. No, it's a phobia because you can't explain why you're that fucking terrified of it. Like, okay, I'm trying to see here. All right, everybody. If you... Okay, that should work. I hope it does. Here, if you've been enjoying, like, seeing some of the art previews and everything like that, the artist is Maxwell Polikoff, who, that is Maxwell's Patreon. If you go over and check that out, not only will you be able to see some previews and works in progress stuff that we've done with Vagabond, but a bunch of Maxwell's other projects that he's working on as well. Go over, like, I mean, there's free subscription over on Patreon if you wanted to just go check it out. But also, like, hey, go support your local artists who are making really cool shit happen. Because, I mean, boy, a lot of artists need it now more than ever, you know. Go over, like, if you want to follow what all's going on with, I mean, you like Vagabond's art style, Maxwell is, like, the voice of Vagabond's look. Very Varmmy-y, yeah. I'd love to figure out something. I gotta write something that would. I've got to write something that would really complement that look, because I love that, like, plastivoo kind of style. But Maxwell's got his own kind of unique take on it that I've looked at and was like, we need to figure something out. But yeah, go check out Maxwell's stuff. I have been on here for 5.5 hours. So I think that's... But here's the crazy thing. There are 89 people in here. And, like, it stayed above, like, around 90 for, like, the entire stream. That's wild. I appreciate you all so much for coming in. For your interest in this fucking thing I'm doing. So, with that, I think I probably need to split, because I've been on here for a very, very long time. Stream over. Give me... Okay. Let me... Because I do need to get opinions on 2 classes, and then I am going to split. I say 2. Okay, I've already shown off Jester, so I don't really think I need to do that here. We've already taken a look at... Okay, Samurai has been checked out. Summoner's had its good look. Okay, here's what I want to do. Well, I have a lot of people who can give me really active Discord. Wow. A lot of really active discourse and feedback on something live. Okay. I've talked about this one. The Jester. This does lean a lot more into the Jester from Darkest Dungeon. And, oh, a song rec before I bounce? Song recommendation before I bounce. What have I been listening to lately? Ooh, let me give you this, and then, we'll get on the Jester real quick. I was listening to a lot of Return of the Mac because it kept coming up. Dude, everywhere I would go, for whatever reason, this fucking song kept just popping up everywhere. Here, I'll throw this out there, but I have a different song recommendation. You know this one. Well, I tried to dance your soul. Dude, I mean, that song is, yeah, I don't know why, but it has been playing. I like I said, I was doing this tour this last month, and fucking everywhere I went, it was either in a mall or like in a bar. Return of the Mac was fucking all over the place, and I have no idea why. Legitimately could not figure it out. Like, I didn't know if there was just something in the air or if there was like some recent thing about like Mark Morrison or whatever, but holy shit, it was everywhere. And that just immediately made me want to play Bandle real quick. Hang on, let's do Bandle. Okay, hang on. The word is spreading around your tent. Dude, it's so good. Oh wait, you're talking about Vagabond. Well, thank you. Okay, 2004, 146 million views. Easy. Yeah, you should get this on the drum beat. Is it Longview by Green Day? Because if they play the bass part, no. Okay, it's not 2 words. Is it Green Day? That would have been way too late for Longview. Wait, 2004. Hopefully this doesn't get the stream claimed. We'll just cut that last part out. You know, we'll do a VOD clip and then. I feel like, but it's a pretty generic rock beat. Okay, I don't. It is Green Day, isn't it? It's Green Day. Hang on, I'm not looking at chat. No, it's not When I Come Around. It's not Wake Me Up. It's not Holiday. On Holiday. I think that's the right chord progression. Yes! Oh, okay. Okay, I was thinking, like I said, Longview. If I had heard the bass line from Longview, it would have been immediate. That's funny. Okay. Okay, so song recommendation though. I don't want to throw out one that like everybody already knows, like Midnight City from M83. That just kind of recently came up for me where I was like, yeah, that. Oh, I heard these guys randomly on Facebook, and I actually kind of dug this one. It's called We Stole Your Head from a group called Mountainhead. I like the chorus when it comes up. So I really dug that, but I don't think I've actually talked about this other band, Forager. Yes, wait, I haven't been on stream since I found them. They have a song called Pomeranian that I have been fucking obsessed with. Hang on. And then we'll do the Jester and then we'll get out of here. Okay. I have been fucking obsessed with this song. They've already played Tiny Desk. Yes, they definitely deserve that. They're like a prog pop group. Based out, I think they said psychedelic pop, based out of New York City. But holy shit, this song slaps. Ooh.
There's rubbish on the sidewalk, nothing any good. Molly said she found an old clock in the neighborhood. There's a mural on the blacktop, she said it wasn't any good. It's cruel optimism, and I don't know, but I should. Everybody else's palette is getting more refined. Turning up the nose at the grocery store wide.
Alright, wait for it. This song goes wild. Oh, it's just such a good vibe. And then, ooh.
Ask me where I got it.
Oh! That transition is so good.
I hate consumerism, leave the boxes with the doorman. You said you had a vision
Oh.
of living off the land. I see you on the grid in a tractor with a suntan. Everybody else's palette is getting more refined. Turning up the nose at the grocery store wide.
The transition again. Did you? Dude, that chorus is so good. Dude, like, that song is so good. This is so sick. It's like, okay, it kind of hits on the sort of vibe that like Hall & Oates established back in like the 70s and 80s. Like it's not new wave. It's like it's hitting on the classic pop rock kind of vibe, but there are elements of this like in the transition. I have tried counting this to figure out what time signatures are really happening here. I saw on like an Instagram clip from the band that it's apparently some mixture of like 5/4 into a bar of 5/8 or something like that. Where is, because I mean, yeah, most replayed. It's got to be that transition moment. Okay, so like this is all in 4/4. I think there's a section of it where they might have a bar of 2/4. Know that I should. 1 2 1 2 3 4. I think 1 2 3 4 1 2. No, it's just 4/4. Okay. More refined. Oh, I just love that. Okay. 1 2. 4. 1 2 3 4. Okay. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2. Okay. Okay, so it's like there you go. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3. So there's like, what is that? Is that 9 8? No. Sorry. Is that 7 8? Then 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3. Okay. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. 1 2 1. Is it like? It's not a bar of 7 and then a bar of 9 because that would just be 2 bars of 8 8. I don't know what's happening here. Like 3 4 5 1 2 3 1. Because I count it and it's like I get okay 7 quarter notes and then an eighth note. So 15 8. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Yeah. Okay, so 15 8. Right? I think that's not just 12 8. I think it's 15 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2. It's like there's a bar of 15 8 right there. What was that noise? You okay? I don't know what that was. It's wild. This song is sick. But whatever they're doing the time signature change to do a tempo change. You okay? I don't know what that was. Anyways, yeah, Pomeranian by Forager. Go check them out. That I fucking love that band. Everything I've heard from them has been super dope. He's doing it again. His jaw's like quivering. Huh, I don't know what's up. Okay, actually, with that, Google is saying it's in 15.8. Okay. Are you just yawning? Well, it's not like he's doing it. Okay. Now, here, let's talk about the Jester, and then I'm going to call it a night. Okay. Yeah, 15.8 sounds right. But that next bar is like, I don't know if they use the 15.8 to try and set a new time signature, or sorry, to set a new tempo, but it's bizarre. However, it just kind of blends in. If they are gradually slowing down that whole time throughout it's a good trick. Whatever they're doing, it's sick. Okay, so this is using the archetype method for coming up with a variant, except this is blending two classes together and throwing different kind of tweaks on top of that, right? So Jester, right here at first level, you gain Bard and Rogue features with your Jester features, and can use your Jester levels for those class levels. So what this would mean, as you can see right here, Sickle and Loot, you gain the Virtuoso feature of the Bard or the Sneak Attack feature of the Rogue. When you become a 6th level Jester, you gain the feature that you did not choose. So here at 1st level, you're going to choose either Virtuoso or Sneak Attack, right? And then whenever you hit 6th level, you get the one that you didn't pick. So this is a way for you to blend 2 class gimmicks together, which I thought was kind of interesting. Mockery, you get the Provoker perk and can use its effect by skipping your move, and against all near beings of your choice who can see or hear you. So there's you get Mockery, and you can go either song-based goofy Jester, or you want to go the roguish, like, stab shit Jester. That's a possibility. Tricky maneuvers. The roll for you to crit on reflex save is reduced by an amount equal to your Jester level divided by 4 round up, so feels really similar to Dancer in here. I thought it felt like a good hit. Lucky streak. If you crit, you gain 2 luck rather than 1. Further, if you have no luck during a breather, you gain 1 luck. That's big. This felt very Jester to me, at least from what I've experienced in, like, Mugenics and other, like... I mean, is it totally the Jester from Darkest Dungeon? No, not really. But for some reason, Jester seems to just thematically have this interplay with luck for whatever reason. And I do like that this will build off of whatever you go with Virtuoso or Sneak Attack here. And then at 6th level, you're going to get, like we said, the one that you didn't pick earlier. Perfect Goad at 8th level. You can choose one being goaded with your Provoker perk. All of your allies' saves against the target's attacks crit on a roll that exceeds their difficulty by 10 or more while you focus on this ability. So now here is more of the support, and you can do this in an area, and this means that your allies are going to get a lot more actions. Like, I mean, I'd say a lot more. There's a good chance that they can get more actions. However, you must spend 1 luck each time you focus on this ability. I thought that felt really sick. Especially with it synergizing off of Lucky Streak and off of, where was it? Provoker from Mockery. And then you can say it also kind of synergizes in here with Tricky Maneuvers. I forget, are we supposed to regain a luck when we crit? Yes, that's the intent. And you can forego that luck in order to do the other crit effects of luck, right? Finale, you gain either the Climax feature of the Bard or the Lethal Weapon feature of the Rogue. So, in addition to everything else that you kind of picked up, you can also choose one of their 8th levels to build off of everything else you've done. Right? Sounds like a very powerful, fun, and versatile class. You love seeing it in action. Wait, okay, this feels a lot like a Jester that a Mimic in the class previously did. Yes, I wanted to pull away from the Blue Mage vibe, because I don't really think that Blue Mage really hit for what Vagabond's fantasy is supposed to invoke. And in all honesty, I think that the Druid is a pretty good Blue Mage in and of itself. And the Summoner is also going to be able to let you Blue Mage vis-a-vis you summoning other stuff. And I guess to wrap this up, Maxwell sent me another art preview. Oh. Dude, oh yes, and then the foot with the kick, yes. Dude, it is crazy how much this is hitting the old Final Fantasy art vibe. That is so dead on. Like, yeah, it's still got your unique voice and everything to it, but holy fucking shit, this is cool. Will any of the scrap mechanics make their way to another class? You mean like that mimicry feature where it was like you can do an action that something else did this turn? There's no way to keep that in balance. As of right now, not really. I would have to really evaluate what those are going to be worth. Like you must spend 1 mana per damage die and effect in order to do the action, something like that. But I I really worry about leaving it that open-ended, you know? Again, it's like one of those things. I could really kind of churn and try to make it happen, but if the only mechanic that's really going to sell the class is just like, you can spend mana to do actions that other things have already done. Think about this real quick. Unless you were cool with like keeping a spreadsheet of actions you've witnessed other monsters doing, how really easily does this play out? You know? If you're keeping the spreadsheet of like, here's what this effect did, or yada yada yada, yes, I got this off of this monster over here, that's really easy to track whenever you got a computer remembering all that stuff for you. It's a lot harder to track whenever you're having to be the computer as well. New perk idea. This is the thing. I think that it works out better for video games because the video game is keeping track of all that shit for you. However, over in a TTRPG, it's like, if you don't keep track of that stuff, what happens on your first turn in a combat? Like, I mean, I guess you have your actions that you could use for, like, attacking and stuff. But, like, if I don't really have spells, because nothing else has taken an action this turn, and, like, I really don't have a class feature that kicks in until the next round? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you can repeat an action that took place in the last round. Okay, so somebody else goes, and then I repeat their action, right? Okay, that's fine. But, like, now whenever the enemies go, then I can start repeating actions that they just did. And it feels like the best way to have that operate for making it work well in Vagabond is going to be that you have to remember the actions of monsters that you've previously witnessed doing that stuff. Now, this seems like a cool idea, but Vagabond's magic system is making it to where you know one spell that can do like 80 different things, right? You know one spell that you can customize and do a lot of different stuff. A blue mage is the exact opposite of that. You know one action that can do one specific thing, and you have to spend mana to do one specific thing, right? So it's kind of like you're having to root it back into Vaesen magic. And there's so many different things about it that just make me feel like it's not 100%, right? There's a bunch turning me away from trying to make it work, and not a whole lot really pushing me to make it work. Especially whenever we have things like Druid. And then maybe we can start talking about Druid being able to do things like take a perk later on that could let it also transform into cryptids, right? Yeah, it seems rather unwieldy. You could do something like storing actions like spells, but even then it's a lot. Yeah, one of the things I'm going to have to worry about is Druid being able to like transform into beast like ancestries. You know? Why not a trophy-like system? Get an ability from the past X foes you defeated? I don't really know how that... I don't know what... Like, I know that it's in a chat message, so, like, you can't really type a whole lot to really explain it. But, like, I can't really abstract exactly what you mean just from those two sentences, right? So if it's like, oh, well, you've defeated a mimic in the past, and now you can use this action right here. Okay, if we say that that's the case, and you can use it using mana, spells are just better. You know? Like, I mean, yeah, you could use, let's say, like a Dragon's Breath. Okay, but wizards were already doing that, and they didn't have to fight a dragon to do it, you know? Like, they could do a cone of fire at probably second or third level that could probably, you know, get up there in terms of damage, but it's just better and more accessible to do that than it would be for you to go kill a dragon so you could learn its flame breath. you know? So you could transform into one of the Beastman ancestries? No, that's not the intent, right? That's the thing, is that shouldn't be the thing. It's like, well, are you transforming into an exact duplicate? No. And I really hope people don't interpret it that way. Like, yeah, you can transform into a squirrel. Now, if we introduce like a squirrel beast folk kind of a lineage or ancestry, and then someone was like, well, I want to transform into the squirrel buddy we have here in the party. That's not the intent of what the feature's supposed to do, you know? It's a lot more viable when you can play as every party member and can capitalize off of that rather than your entire gameplay being shit until your party manages to beat a dragon. Video games, yep, exactly. The concept seems super cool in a video game, and I'm not gonna lie, I have tried. You'll have seen me take swings at it. I've seen other people also try to do their own takes on it. Benjamin Huffman, in order for him to do the Cerulean Sage, came up with dozens of new spells that were basically just emulating monster attacks, because we all kind of came back around to seeing this same problem, right? Honestly, if anything at all, with how hyper-specific mimics / blue mages, you should probably just make them archetypes instead of its own class. Yeah, probably. But, like, the thing is it just, like, if the thing is just that people want to be able to take the monster actions, spells are better. Like, spells usually have other effects and kickers on them that the monster attacks typically don't. You know? I mean, like, at that point, like, it would be better for them to shape change into one of those monsters and use the action without spending mana, you know? I spent hours and hours trying to do a mutant / blue mage thing, and it's just so difficult without listing a bunch of different effects. Yeah, like, that's the thing. And, like, it's not really a... It's not a thing of, like, do I think that mechanically it's impossible? No, I don't think that that's, like, the reality of it. But the thing is, like, I have to look at the time that I'm going to spend on what I would develop, and I just don't really see the value add of a blue mage to a TTRPG. It's cool as an idea to be able to do, like, monster abilities and things like that. But I still think that it's almost always better, like, it is basically always better, actually, to just cast spells. Yeah, it's just not rewarding to play as, yeah. Just that blue mage flavor of spells. Like, I mean, yeah, if you wanted to flavor it like that, like, oh, I cast this thing that, like, suddenly it seems like I grow draws like a mimic, and you know, sure. If you wanted to go that route, whatever. Unfortunately, though, like, as much as I've tried to, like... Again, I think it could mechanically... I think that you can mechanically make a blue mage work and have something that is operational for a TTRPG. But I think, at the end of the day, you're just better using the magic system that's already in the game than to be like, I have one monster spell that was an action that this one monster did that I can now do to other things. In a video game, that tends to be pretty cool because, like, those effects usually have other things involved with them as well. And they tend to be, like, unique abilities that only, like, that monster can do. And that's really sick. But, like, in a TTRPG, you're gonna get, like, two claws and a bite attack. You know? Like, yeah. When am I planning to release the expansion? I don't know for sure. I've been waiting on... We're waiting on artwork. Once artwork gets done, I'm probably going to release it as an early playtest kind of a thing. I am thinking that after the experience I've had with trying to do pre-orders on Shopify, I am thinking that my better move is going to be to actually do it on Kickstarter. Just for the sole fact of being able to centralize where everybody can get updates into the development and everything, instead of it being over on Shopify, where I can't really easily email everybody. I can't really easily communicate whenever there's been a delay. Over on Kickstarter, that's super easy. With Shopify, it has been a horrendous headache. So I'm pretty much at the point where I'm like, you know what? I am pretty okay with Kickstarter taking 8% if it means that I have an open line of communication with everybody who pre-ordered it. So I'm kind of considering doing that. Then you have the gameplay systems in place that consolidate that type of play style. Wait. Having an entire game where you just play as Blue Mage S characters would be a cool concept where it could work better. Yeah, possibly. I just don't really like. I also hate making like sweeping statements like a thing. Like, I don't think it would work for Vagabond, because I'm sure someone can make a thing that could theoretically work, right? We had a mechanic that did theoretically work, but it was bad. And that's the thing, is it's like it achieved what it set out to do, but it was a bad mechanic in play for the kind of combat system and for the already existing character options that existed in Vagabond. You know, like here we're about to introduce a summoner. Well, a summoner can just make the monster, and it can also cast spells on its own. So, like, if I can do all the actions of that thing, and then I also have spells that I can do on top of that, why would I ever play a Blue Mage? You know, like, whenever that guy is so restricted into using his mana to cast one action, where I can just control this monster that can do all that stuff. You see why this gets to be like, it's a thing of, I think it's just time to let that concept die. At least for Vagabond, because I don't see a way to make it a real value add in a way that it would even stay on par, you know? Wait, yeah, just replay with a summoner. That's another thing too, right? Like, you could just do it as a summoner. You could probably do it as the wizard. Like, you can probably do the Blue Mage thing and just look at spells and be like, this is actually this attack over here. And that's fine. But the casting system for Vagabond is just better than if we would just give you one specific action of a monster that you now have to track, instead of a spell that could do something similar and more flexible. Flexibly? Is that a word? Flexible? Flexibly? You know what I mean? Like, does that all kind of gel? I mean, there's like 89 people in here, so I'm like, you know, I'm whenever I have to say like, there's a concept that doesn't really work, this has been like kind of my thinking point for why like we just don't have a Blue Mage. And I think just about any kind of flavor of a Blue Mage people would want, you can achieve out of like Druid. Oh, okay, well my arm changes into this fucking horrific like bear-like owlbear arm or whatever, you know? Having something that is specifically a Blue Mage. Look, I love Blue Mages. I love the idea. I love the characters. I love that in almost every game that they're in, they're just the fucking weirdo. And, like, they add a lot to the character of their games and everything. But whenever it comes to a TTRPG, like, if you were a Vaesen casting system, I could see a big value add in, like, being able to rip, like, monster actions and make that a spell. And then use that spell, or, like, use that monster action as a spell. That's really cool. I think it works in Vaesen casting systems. In Vagabond, I just don't think it hits. Because like so much of Vagabond spells is reducing a spell down to its base foundational components, like this is a fire damage spell that has this effect over here, right? And if we were to tweak that where it was like, okay, well this is the Owlbear Claw spell, and you can increase the damage of it to do this, and the effect is, I don't know, like the target's appendage changes to that of like an owlbear. I don't know, like This has been kind of a unfortunate like effect of experimenting with this class design. Ben was working on a vampire D&D class that was a blue mage. He's still figuring out this stuff, but it looks promising. I mean, that's kind of been like he made a working blue mage, but it involved basically turning monster attacks into spells, which that just becomes a kind of an endless list. And then you kind of get into this thing of like, okay, well, now this spell is going to cost this level spell slot. And unless you have predetermined actions as spells, it's really hard to keep that thing in check, you know? It'd be so samey as well. I can see people complaining about that too. Instead of magic, perhaps around the mutant perk. I don't know. I mean, I think like I mean, people could just take a wizard, you know? Like, people could just take a wizard and cast Imbue on their hand and use the mutant perk to get that flavor across, you know? How many creature claws are all just going to do damage? Yeah, like I mean, but that's the thing, right? You have to dedicate so much time and energy to it, you might as well release a new system for it. I mean, nah, because, like, I would rather just not, like, you know what I mean? Like, I think that there's other things I can be spending my time on. Like, dude, we got a limited amount of time that we can really work with here on this earth, you know? And, like, I would prefer that this book comes out with the kind of stuff that makes people go, oh shit, this is a huge value add, because there's so much here, like, expanding the character options, that, yeah, I kind of see this as, like, basically a second core rulebook, you know? I would hope that it's a big enough value add, and, like, honestly, after this, I would really like to just be working on Dungeon Master stuff. Adventures, guides, bestiary, that stuff. I want to drop this and people are like, oh shit, the character options for Vagabond are pretty goddamn huge. And then, good. And so that's where I'm like, alright, cool. That can exist and be its thing, and players can be happy with, like, holy shit, the character options feel really super huge and fleshed out, and then we can just focus on the GMs getting maybe even their own book. I'd like to have an expanded bestiary, and I'd like to have more adventures. I would like to expand the palette of what a session means. I don't want to just keep adding dungeons, right? I have an idea for a type of session, and I would like to use that as my, yeah, book covers, you say, yes. Yeah, full book cover spreads like the core rulebook. A new GM book, yeah. So a couple things I'm kind of thinking about for the GM book are going to be different, what I'm going to call, like, maybe like session formats, you know? This is going to be like what a type of adventure would be. So instead of just like the crawl, we all know what the crawl is, right? So you know the crawl as the dungeon crawl. Very typical, like, point for point for point. Here are a number of story beats. We go and explore from room to room. This is the kind of environment we expect with it. Result, outcome, you know, whatever. Talk a bit about 5-room dungeon design and all that stuff. But I would like to also include in this different session formats for things like, okay, what we did on Deficient's channel, where, hey, this is a brawl, or this is a, whatever we want to call it, like, this is a battleground, whatever you want to call that, an arena brawl or something like that, where the players, whatever you want to say, this is like some kind of an arena contest. and it is the player's job to go up against some gauntlet of champions in this big arena. And the thing that makes that more interesting and fantastical is if that arena has all kinds of different shit in it. Environments for them to crawl on, whatever. This is an excuse for you to just put away your dungeon master plan of like, I've got to come up with this really interesting dungeon or whatever. No, the players just get a chance to go ape shit and fight monsters in a big arena. Whether or not it's lethal is your call, you know, but yeah, like a battle royale session. Yeah. The Coliseum match. Yeah. Like that is a session format. You can do sessions like that and it's a fucking blast when you do. Like, yeah, do shit like that. Hunts. Okay. I have an adventure in mind that I'm like, I want to introduce another format of the hunt. And what that entails is I've got ideas. Essentially, we're talking about Vagabond Silver Bullet thing really coming into play. And then the adventure that I kind of have planned for it is a way to toy with that. You kept thinking tournament arc as well. I love the concept of doing an anime style tournament arc in a TTRPG game. Yeah, something doofy like that, you know. In the calling games. So, and then, I mean, again, you have like the mysteries, right? Running something like Intrigue. One of the things, I think one of the best games ever for doing mysteries is straight up Vaesen. And, yeah, Monster Hunter expansion win. Yeah. So, like, in a hunt, it's like, we have to track this thing down. And there should be elements that lead to, like, a tracked progression, right? Of, like, how close are they to finding this thing? And what are the interesting things you can do to, like, make this hunt feel more like a hunt and not a dungeon crawl? What are the things that evoke the feeling of, like, we're still playing this same game, but I don't feel like I'm playing a dungeon crawler? You know what I mean? That's one thing that I will say D&D is very good at. D&D, for whatever reason, a lot of people don't really feel like D&D is a dungeon crawler. And they keep trying to run bonkers-ass ideas for what they could be doing in a game. I think that this is interesting. I don't think it's always as successful, but I do think it's interesting. Like, I heard in one of Treant Monk's videos he just dropped, I think it was today. Like, I don't watch a lot of TTRPG content at all on YouTube. I really don't. You know, not shaming anybody or anything like that, but whenever it comes to like my free time or what I'm watching on YouTube, I'm usually not watching someone's build guides for making a barbarian or anything like that. But this one came up and I thought it was so out of left field that like I would check it out, because I was like, Treant Monk's making a YouTube video on a bad time he had playing D&D. What is this about? And I could hear immediately what the problem was, and why I think that these tend to not be super successful experiences in D&D. And God, it reminded me of the play loop of why I really don't like D&D 5e. So they were playing a Strixhaven campaign, and the DM did all this stuff like they're going to have skill checks for whether or not they pass these tests. That's going to have a different effect on this over here. They're going to have different stuff they can do at the school. And it's like, does it sound like this is thought out and that he's using the mechanics of the game to reinforce the theme of the setting and what's going on? Yes. Does it mean that it's fun? Right? Because Treant Monk said that basically everybody had wanted to drop out of the campaign at some point, because it felt like they weren't really role-playing and they weren't really having any combat. It just sort of felt like a life simulator where they were going in and doing these tests and rolling dice, but it didn't really have an impact on anything they wanted to do, right? Like, it seemed like that they were just going in, taking a test, rolling a die to see if they passed or failed it, with very little outcome on anything other than luck. Fuck no, that sounds like a school again. Yeah, I mean, it was a Strixhaven thing, right? But, like, it does feel weird for playing 5e, which is so, like, skill-based, that the game seems to reinforce this idea of, because the players are rolling dice, they're having fun. But D&D doesn't often explore the idea, or really teach DMs what roles are fun and what roles aren't. Right? And in this case, whenever I'm doing a life simulator, and the rolls I'm making are to determine whether or not I passed taking this test, and, like, that's all that we're really making checks to do, it doesn't really... Yeah, it's supposed to be fun, funky magic school, not actual fucking school. Yeah, like, so I can get why the players weren't having a good time. I could tell right from the get-go, oh, well, most likely because they're playing 5e, and 5e reinforces a particular playstyle that seems to incentivize you to just keep asking players to make rolls. And those rolls don't really have an actual meaning to the stuff that they typically have fun doing, which is fighting shit and, I mean, the other rewarding aspects of roleplay, I guess. The interaction and exploration kind of get cut out, you know? Even though you think, like, well, they're making a check because they're interacting with the environment, is that check fun? You know? And I think that's where I think 5e as a system... I am really trying to think if there was anybody who... I haven't heard, and this is just purely anecdotal, but I personally haven't heard of Strixhaven, like, campaigns that people have really talked about like it was a really memorable book. And I don't know exactly why, because, I mean, I own the book, but I haven't really read through it. I don't really know why, but I have heard kind of consistently that this seems to be the way that people have tried to do campaigns in it, and it hasn't felt great. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of think that D&D reinforces this idea of, like, everything has to be a skill check if there is, like, any measure of difficulty whatsoever. And we can't just roleplay our way through scenarios, because it doesn't feel like we're playing the game if that's the case. And I mean, things like Baldur's Gate kind of reinforce that for people too, and so do memes and shit online. But yeah, you would just run it through an entirely different system. Kids on Brooms and Legends of the Mister right there. Yeah, sure, you know. Yeah, hi. What are you doing? So somebody was asking for a preview of the Monk. Okay. Real quick, and then I am peacing out. Okay, so Monk, you can use a D4 for finesse weapons, and once per round, you can spend half your speed to make a second finesse attack rather than skip your move. Further, when you hit with a melee attack, you can either, 1, apply the Keen property, or, if close to the target, the Cleave property. Or you can increase the size of your subsequent finesse attack damage dice this round, but no higher than a D12. So this is supposed to reinforce the idea of you are a combo attacker, and your die will start to just keep getting bigger as you hit more often with more attacks. I like to think of, like, Tifa Lockhart here as, like, an iconic monk in a way. I think I originally had her as a pugilist, but I have since removed her from that for the second print run, because I think she fits in a lot better here. So, yeah, you keep attacking, your attacks keep getting stronger for the round, right? Fleet of Foot, you gain the Treads Lightly perk, and the roll for you to crit on reflex saves is reduced by an amount equal to your monk level divided by 4 round up. So, whereas the pugilist was getting block, improvements here, boom, this is getting pop in, do the stuff, pop out, right? Maybe you missed any additional battlefield control classes. I can't really get into it now. I've been streaming for 6 hours, and I'm trying to get this one wrapped up. This is kind of a battlefield control class, though. Fluid motion during your move. You can walk on liquid surfaces and along walls, sinking or falling if you end the move off of solid ground. Impetus, 4th level. If you pass a save to dodge, you ignore 2 of the highest roll damage dice rather than 1. Again, reinforcing this is a dex pugilist here. This is where it definitely diverges from the pugilist, though. Flurry of Blows. Once per round, you can make an extra finesse attack when you either attack with a finesse weapon or spend half your speed. Every 4 monk levels. Right. Hereafter, you can make this extra finesse attack 1 additional time per round. This is making it to where you can just keep throwing out punches like crazy. The Pugilist thing is about throwing so much of what they have into one hit and being able to just keep tanking hits. The Monk's thing is to go in, try to lock something down with a shitload of punches, and then if that doesn't work, back the fuck out. And then Empowered Strikes, you can use a d6 for the damage die of your finesse weapons. This means that the overall size starts out a stage higher. So you'll be able to ramp up to the d12 sooner, right? That with Cleave is great for reuse or yeah. So I wanted you to be able to do kind of quasi martial arts stuff with it. If you wanted to apply, like I mean, Cleave property is waboom, right? Like I'm just quickly straight. I almost thought about doing the reach thing in here, where like you could get an extra. I don't know. You can attack a little bit further. Honestly, I think the fact that you can just throw out so much of this shit, and you're investing in the decks to pop in, lock shit down, beat it the fuck up, and then get out of there. That to me felt more monk than what Pugilist is doing. And I hope that this reinforces the idea that there is a difference between the two. You know? Are they going to play similarly? Sure. They're going to build entirely differently. What's the matter, bud? Okay, he's ready for me to get out of here too. Yeah. Anyways, so that's kind of what I got going on for the monk. Again, these are going to be out for playtest. Oh, that's why. Dude, that was wicked. Holy shit, that was a bad fart. Okay, he needs to go outside. Everybody. Oh, not that one. Hey. Everybody have a great night. I will talk to you all here very, very soon. By the way, go check out Maxwell. There we go. Hey, there we go. Let me get that. Go check out Maxwell's Patreon if you've been enjoying the art previews and everything from tonight. And with that, everybody, I will see you all here very, very soon.